Clint Bajakian, welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
First of all, I wanted to thank you for joining me for a conversation today. It's not every day that I get to talk to such a highly skilled composer who's also the voice of Darth Vader in selected LucasArts titles.
That's right, the early ones.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning. How did you get into music?
Well, my parents had a piano, a Steinway piano, in the beautiful piano from 1920 in the living room throughout my whole upbringing. And my great-grandfather was a famous novelist who lived in Michigan but would go up into Canada and hunt and go live in the wilderness and commune with Native Americans. And he was a famous novelist. His books were published all over the world. And he was also a conservationist who, really cared about the environment and everything. And he bought that piano in 1920 for my grandmother, who was a little girl. And then it passed down the generations. And so I would go into the living room as a toddler, just a teeny little kid, and just sort of play on the keys. I even remember this, just standing and reaching up, right? I could only see the front edge of the keys. I couldn't see the key tops. And I would learn, because of the ivory and the different disfigurations in the different keys, I would learn, or chips and things, I would learn memorize which keys were which. And I think I played little melodies and things and tinkled around. And at some point I could sit on the stool. But I never took lessons until much later in life. So I would say my next real musical experience was at Fenn School in Concord, Massachusetts. And we had a wonderful band leader named David Houston. And he was able to give lessons on all the different band instruments. And I wound up with the baritone horn, also known as the euphonium. It's got the range of a trombone, roughly. So it's sort of a baritone, like as in the name, it's a sort of a baritone ranged instrument. And one other of my schoolmates also took up the baritone horn. So we became, it was a cool sound because the two baritone horns would introduce some chorusing and really reinforce the part nicely. And he was my best friend for many years. And his name was Steve Carell, the famous actor. Yeah. So when he was a kid, we would have, oh yeah, he was my best friend. We were best friends. And we'd spend the night at each other's house. We called them sleepovers, of course, as I think they're still called. And we played with toys and we did all kinds of stuff. But we played the baritone horn in the marching band. Now this was in the 70s. So the story gets even, at least seems to me, a little bit more interesting when we talk about 1975, which was the bicentennial of the, on April 19th, every year we would have a parade in Concord, Massachusetts, where the school is. And Concord was the scene of the first real battle of the Revolutionary War to gain America's independence from England. There was a battle on the Old North Bridge, and colonists on one side and British on the other. And Fenn School was literally just a short walk up the street from that bridge. So we would have a parade that would go all downtown, and the whole town would line up, and other schools, other marching bands, other things. But in 1975, it was special because it was the bicentennial of this battle. So who lands on our lacrosse field in Air Force One, a helicopter, but President Gerald Ford. So we're all playing the Michigan fight song because he went to Michigan and he's a Michigander. It turned out I went many years later and earned a master's degree at the University of Michigan. So I can say, proudly, go blue, and report that just the other day, we won the Rose Bowl, which was a really huge victory against Alabama. And now Michigan is in the number one spot to play the championship this Monday evening. So
Congratulations.
These are all side tracks, but they all come from Fenn School and the marching band. And it was really exciting to play for the president. And we marched right behind his motorcade. He gave a speech at the Old North Bridge. And of course, being the mid-'70s, some hippies burned an American flag, of course, during his speech. And everything went as according to plan. After that, I moved on from Fenn to high school and did not continue, playing a brass instrument or anything like that. So I entered a brief phase of no involvement with music, no instrument or anything like that. And I was in my a good friend's dormitory room, and there was a guitar sitting there, and I picked it up and I played what every kid, even today, knows, even though this song is probably from around 1970. Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water. And for some reason, it's in the kid's DNA or something. It's genetic. I don't know how these kids know this song, but they all know it. And even though it came out, 50 years ago now? And I played it on just the high E string. You may know it, da, 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 da. And just doing that, I said to myself, oh my God, I got to learn this instrument. This is so cool. So I did, and I played in bands. And my good friend in high school, and I don't know if you knew this, you probably did, because you interviewed Michael Land already. My best friend in high school was Michael Land. And so we met in 1976. If you can believe it. I can't believe it. That means 2026 will be our 50th anniversary as really good friends. And he was a tremendous bass player at the time. And he saw potential in me. Even though I was a real beginner at the guitar, I was picking it up pretty quick. So he pulled me into a project, a Grateful Dead project. And we played parties and we gigged and we set up in weird places. One time we got a generator and like 20 kegs of beer, and we set up on a bluff in Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is a fishing town north of Boston, with tremendous views of the ocean, and a big crowd came, and so we definitely got into it. That was guitar. Then after high school, I kind of aimlessly attended college at Northwestern University in the liberal arts. And it just wasn't cutting it for me. I wasn't finding myself engaged. But a good friend of mine, and you see how all these stories revolve around friends, don't they? A good friend of mine played the violin, and he had a 2-violin, I believe it was a Bach, partita by Bach. And he permitted me to make him play it over and over again, me eking out the part on the guitar and him always perfectly, flawlessly playing the first part. And he was getting a little bit frustrated because I kept making him do it over and over again so I could see if I could get it right. And in so doing, I fell in love with the concept of combining my love for classical music, which had already taken hold, with my love of the guitar. And so I called home to my parents. I said, hey, I want to come home. I want to study classical guitar at the New England Conservatory. And thankfully to them, they agreed. And I went back to Boston, took private lessons with one of the guitar professors at the conservatory, Robert Paul Sullivan, and theory lessons with a fellow named James Romeo. And somehow miraculously was accepted to start as a freshman there in 1982. So that was the beginning of me applying myself as a serious musician. I took every course I possibly could. And thankfully, and I think it was just because of an innate interest in music, my drive came effortlessly. I didn't have to think. It was never work for me. I would be in counterpoint class and they'd assign us to do a 2-part invention and I'd go, yes, I get to do a 2-part invention. This is going to be great. Every course was like that. So I took everything in sight. And as a result, my 4-year undergraduate degree took 5 years because I just kept extending it and doing everything. It was also a double degree in music theory and guitar performance. So I gave a recital and also wrote a composition. My theory degree was really geared to be a composition degree. That's even though it was couched in music theory. Hence, I was able to apply to the University of Michigan master's program in composition, was accepted there. And immediately after that, upon graduating in 91, I visited Michael Land in California. We were still good friends and occasionally played in bands throughout those years. And for the first time in California, I walked around George Lucas's ranch, Skywalker Ranch, because Michael had taken a job a year or two before at what was called Lucasfilm Games Division. And I looked around the ranch and I said, Michael, if you ever need help with this stuff, let me know, because I would love to get involved with this. I'd never been to California. The whole Bay Area was fascinating to me and beautiful. And within the same year, I get a phone call. He says, well, I don't need anything right now. And we can get into later about why that was. There's a very specific reason why he didn't need any help at that time and why he all of a sudden did a short time later. And so I took the job as a contractor in 91 and have been in the industry ever since.
So your first paid job as a musician was LucasArts?
Yes. I wrote an orchestral piece for my master's thesis, and it was performed in what's called Hill Auditorium at the University of Michigan by a full orchestra. Tremendously exciting. But, as you know, that doesn't guarantee any income. It doesn't guarantee any kind of career in music even. Very difficult. And most musicians I know who are successful have a number of different pursuits within their career. They may give private lessons. They may be a recording musician. They may play weddings. They may teach at a university or conservatory. In my case, it was a job at a company. But I'm sure we're going to talk more about LucasArts in a minute. So I'll let you lead the questions. But it was an exciting time.
So when did you start working at LucasArts exactly?
In May of 1991. And my very first meeting was Michael Land, Peter McConnell, who I met in 1980 because Michael met him at Harvard in Adam's house. And so I was visiting Michael at Adam's house in 1980, and he introduced me to Peter McConnell. And the three of us were all composers and musicians. Peter played the violin and the electric violin. Michael played the bass. I played the guitar. We played in a band at that time, pursuant to that, in the Boston area, and played some clubs and things. And before I joined LucasArts in 91, Peter had joined Michael, I think less than a year earlier or about a year earlier, and was seeing up a project. And this is something that I think is a more obscure thing that many may not know, because I think most people associate Peter with LucasArts and the adventure games and all the things we did, which is true. But George Lucas had a project, which was essentially an entertainment pod, like an amusement park, that you would go get inside, sit inside, they'd close the door, and there'd be a fancy surround sound system and a dashboard. I think it might have been flying an X-Wing. I'm not sure exactly. Probably flying an X-Wing, I think, was the nature of the experience. And so Peter was working on, both Peter and Michael worked at Lexicon after Harvard. And Lexicon, I'm not sure they're in business now. I don't see their name very often. Forgive me. But at the time, Lexicon was one of the leading designers of reverb algorithms. So very high-end reverb units for music production. And so Michael and Peter, developed quite a strong technical background and experience at that company and in their former years as well. So Peter was heading up this, doing audio for this interactive actual experience, with hardware, and the user, the player was actually in the seat, flying this physical, pod. But he came over to LucasArts to join us for Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis as a composer. And my very first meeting at LucasArts in May of 91, the three of us went in and sat down with Hal Barwood. And what an experience, I think, for all three of us. Definitely for all three of us, because Hal had done a movie. I mean, Hal knew Steven Spielberg. He was friends with George Lucas. He understood the maxims and the principles of entertainment and drama and movie making, and now bringing it into the adventure game genre, which was so new at that time, was really exciting. It really felt like, after spending all these years in school and doing all these things that were kind of not quite the real world, all of a sudden, bam, we're having a meeting about an Indiana Jones title with somebody who had actually directed a box office film. It was a real exciting sort of launch of what ended up being 9 or 10 years together, working very closely together at LucasArts.
What's interesting about Hal is that his passion for games made him pass on his Hollywood career. And even to this day, out of all of the people I've interviewed, he's the only one who actually still plays games on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, absolutely. And one thing we learned from him is it's hard to encapsulate, but he operated according to structural sort of intellectual constructs that were like, you have to set something up and then you have to then refer to it. And when, as the story goes on, or as the game goes on, so you're building effectively like architecture. I think he thought of storytelling in architectural ways, so that struts connected to other struts and supported things. And you couldn't just put something out there like this unless you meant to, and have it just be like I even learned this term from him, brigadoon, which was a ship that would come into view at night in the mist and then just disappear into the mist, and no one would ever see it again. And so if you wanted to do that, you could do that. But that's the way he thought, is very structurally. And it was wonderful for us composers, because, of course, I think that's how we all have to think about music too, right? We have to think about composition as a structure, as a construction, as something that refers to itself and reinforces itself as the music develops. And so the nature of our conversations and our collaboration with Hal were in a very interesting way, very similar, him in the storytelling domain and us in the music storytelling accompaniment to that. So it was a very exciting time. And also, we should get into perhaps some of the technical challenges. It was what we call the Wild West.
So what was your first day at LucasArts like?
Well, I had 2 first days at LucasArts. My first one was in 1991 as a contractor. Hourly wage, no benefits. I frankly don't remember. I just remember, being introduced to a lot of people, being shown where I'd be working, and starting to set up my computer and MIDI workstation and everything. So that was really, I believe, also that I can't recall it very well. It's sort of nondescript. The more descript was in 1992, January, when I was offered Actually, I'm sorry. It may have been 93 January. I worked remotely after working on site in San Rafael, California in 91 and into 92. I returned home sometime around the holidays. And then throughout 93, I worked remotely, which, believe it or not, was possible. Of course, nowadays with internet and big bandwidth and everything, it's totally possible. But back then, we used a modem. I remember starting on a 9600 modem, and then finally we got up to 28.8,
Wow.
which is 28,800.
Bots.
So you would use your telephone line to dial in, and it would make these fax machine-like screeching noises, and you'd be connected to the network in an extremely limited way. But it worked. And so it was finally in late 92 that I was offered a full-time position at LucasArts, a salaried position with benefits, which of course I accepted. And my start date was in January of 93. Well, I got in the car in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and there were snowstorms hitting all of the United States at that time. The snowstorms were sweeping across the West and in an easterly direction. So almost like a football player with the ball who's being attacked by defenders, thinking and hoping he can run around the end. If he just goes fast enough, he can make it around the end, pushing out further and further towards the sideline. I had to push south. So my drive ended up going through El Paso, Texas, which if you look at a map, going from the Detroit area to the San Francisco area via El Paso is outlandish. It's ridiculous, but I had to do it. All the roads were freezing, highways, interstates were being closed. So then I decided to take a shortcut in LA, and it was a dumb idea because I was going through mountains and I was up very, very high, and it was snowing and freezing rain. I was the only car up there. I was literally in the mountains where there was nothing. There was just a blizzard and me. Now I'm starting to get a sinus headache, and I'm getting very sick. I finally get my way to Interstate 5 to finish the drive, which ended up taking me some ridiculous number of hours, way, way longer, like 30 hours, way longer than it should have. I pulled into Peter McConnell's house the early morning of my first day as a full-time employee. And I greet him at 4 a.m. Now, what do we do at 4 a.m. after everything that I've been through? Well, of course, we open the whiskey. There's nothing else to do at that point. So we sit and talk and hang out for like 2 or 3 hours drinking whiskey. Now I finally go to bed. And about 20 minutes after going to bed, it must have been 7:30 in the morning, it sounded like half the house fell down. It sounded like somebody literally knocked down half the house. And we both woke up and turned on the radio. And if you may not remember the old show Gilligan's Island, but they had a radio. Yeah, they were stranded on this island. It was a comedy. And whenever they would go and turn on the radio, interested in learning about the status of some situation, the newscaster would just be about to talk about that very thing. And they'd turn on, yes, indeed, it is, whatever. And so we went and turned on the radio, and I swear the words of the announcer were, yes, that was an earthquake that you just felt, and all this. And so we had an earthquake, and finally, muster enough coffee and wherewithal to go into work for my first day at work. And one can only imagine what I felt like after that drive, after having a sinus, infection, drinking all that whiskey, not really getting any sleep, and having a reunion with all these people I had worked so closely with a year before in person, and people like Aaron Giles and Eric Woolmunder and Tom Cottle and Ron Baldwin and Larry Ahern and Bill Tiller, as you say, and Tim Schafer and Hal Barwood. And I'm seeing all these people and saying, hi. And I'm meanwhile just about to fall over. So that was my second first day, my official first day as a salaried employee.
Well, you made a great second impression.
Yes.
So what was the first project you worked on at LucasArts?
It was two projects, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, and then a very different project, Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge. And they were both scheduled to be released in 91. And Monkey Island made it out in 91, and Indiana Jones needed to get about halfway through 92 to be completed. But shortly after that, we worked on TIE Fighter, which was really fun to work on. And the technology in those days was, by today's standards, of course, extremely limited. And I can tell you that when I asked Michael in 90, it might have even been 1990, to be honest, when I visited him in California on the ranch. I said, if you ever need help, let me know. This would be great. He said, well, I don't right now, but I'll let you know if at any point I do. Well, the reason he didn't is because from an audio perspective, the video games at that time, everything that LucasArts, well, at that time it was Lucasfilm Games Division, not LucasArts yet, Lucasfilm Games Division. All the games that we did throughout the 90s until around 2000 were PC based, and on the PC there was only one provision for audio, and that was a small speaker. And Michael had that completely under control because there was so little music required for a game. Obviously, a little speaker like that could only play one note at a time was not adequate to entertain and provide a background soundtrack for an entire game. It would have been silly. So little important moments or introductory scenes or obviously the opening credits or the main menu, but you don't really need much more than maybe, I don't want to estimate because I wasn't involved at that time, but maybe 10 or 15 pieces at most, and short, very short at that. I'm sure that Michael told you about this, but he innovated a technique of arpeggiating, because it could only play one note at a time, so fast up and down that it created the illusion to the ear and the brain of having multiple voices of a composition playing at the same time. So you kind of could have chords and a melody and rhythm, because the notes were being spat out of the computer, the speaker, so fast up and down that our brains connected them in a horizontal manner. So he didn't need any help at that time. Then the sound cards started coming out, and I believe one of the first ones was the ad-lib card, which was just, I believe, 2-operator frequency modulation synthesis. And the Sound Blaster card, which I think was also 2-op, and I think shortly thereafter was a Sound Blaster card with 4-operator, not dissimilar from the famous Yamaha DX7 keyboard, which was 4-operator FM synthesis. Once that happened, they needed Michael and the company went from needing 5 minutes of music in a game to 5 hours of music for a game. And the second that happened, I got a phone call from Michael, and it was a very happy day for me. I essentially, and this was again mid-1991, got right in the car and drove out to California, where I've been ever since. So that was the first games that I worked on. And very gradually, The Sound Blaster card had a little audio rendering chip. You could not do much with that. I mean, it had to be a very low sample rate. It had to be a low bit rate, like 8-bit. So the audio, by definition, sounded really low res and not good by today's standards. But you could have short, little, simple sound effects. And not a lot, because we shipped the games on 6 floppy disks. Everything was compressed and then printed onto each floppy disk and then decompressed on the user's system. But even then, the user didn't have much hard drive space. We had to fit everything. So they had so many intensive space needs for art and graphics and things that they did not afford us much. So we really could not do much at all. But the very first thing we did with audio is we took a cheap microphone, like just a vocal microphone, like an SM58. We even ran the cable through an adapter, didn't even use a preamp, I remember. And we just took the mini 1/8-inch Walkman style jack, plugged it into the Sound Blaster card. And for Largo, when you poked his voodoo doll, I think, if I remember correctly, with a needle, and he exclaimed a little painful, "Arr!" like this, that was Peter McConnell going, "Arr!" And that's about as much audio as we could afford to ship in that game. That's how primitive it was in 91, 92. And going into 93, things started to get a lot better. We started to be able to have compressed audio dialogue. We got away with, we came up with an incredibly aggressive compression scheme so that I could be Darth Vader in TIE Fighter and Dark Forces. And little by little, as you know, Dark Forces, I believe, shipped on a CD-ROM, right? I believe so. And and then we called them talkies, borrowing the term from the motion picture industry back in the 20s, when all of a sudden you could now start to have dialogue in the movies. And they were so excited about it, they called it talkies. And Eric Wilmunder was a huge force in pioneering that at LucasArts anyway. So then we started to be able to have audio, and things became very interesting very fast as we went through 93 and into 94 with Maniac Mansion, Day of the Tentacle, Sam and Max Hit the Road, Full Throttle. I'm kind of rambling ahead of the questions, but I'll continue for a second, because this was really the turning point, I think, in the way video games, at least at LucasArts, and I'm pretty sure throughout the industry, most of us were doing, other than the Nintendo and other, consoles, which were really a different ball game at that, even more different then than they are now, way more different then than they are now. Now they're not so dissimilar. You could play Call of Duty on a PC. You can play Call of Duty on an Xbox. Back then, they were really kind of, things had to be ported in a much more, intensive way. But once we started to get the ability to have audio files, albeit low res, but audio files, shipping in our games, mostly because of the much greater storage afforded by a CD-ROM, but also by much greater processing and storage and bandwidth on the part of the home computer, that all of a sudden we had to ask ourselves, well, what do we want to do with this ability to have recorded audio, like actual audio? Because sound effects were all MIDI. I think it's sort of implicit in what I'm saying. In 91, 92, mostly sound effects, if a door slammed, you might just do a little FM, thump, like just a little sound synthesized using FM that you would design on the the little wave synthesizer editing application. which was very interesting and fun and challenging. But now we could actually record sounds and use sound effects libraries and include recordings in the games. And for our Star Wars games, we would actually interface with the ranch and with Ben Burt and receive actual Star Wars film sound effects so that our games would be as true to the original as possible, and have to design additional materials that didn't come from Ben or the ranch, either because they were new in our game or because there just wasn't anything for them coming in. And so, very interestingly, that I did most of the sound design in the early days at LucasArts. Peter and Michael mostly worked on music, and also Michael led the department as a manager, so he was very busy. And also, finally, they stewarded the iMUSE system, which was the interactive music and sound effects system that they had developed. So they were very busy. And when it came to asking the question, who's really going to do the sound design and the sound effects, the logical answer was me, because we were still a very small department at that time. And I, having gotten these Ben Burt sound effects and then being charged with coming up with sound effects that would work in TIE Fighter or Dark Forces alongside his wonderful sounds, was a real challenge for me. And it was a way of essentially teaching me about sound design, because I couldn't permit myself to come up with sounds that sounded bad or uninspired or creatively lacking next to his. And I'm not saying that I came up with sounds that rivaled the incredible sounds of Ben Burt, but I had to come up with sounds that worked alongside them. And so it was a tremendous learning process for me. Then what really pushed it over the edge for me in sound design was our occasional lunches with Gary Rydstrom, who, as you may know, was and is a celebrated, established film sound designer who designed sound for films like Jurassic Park, Titanic, Saving Private Ryan. Just tremendous talent and depth as a sound designer. And like music composition, sound design has a whole sort of mental aesthetic component that can be talked about kind of in intellectual and conceptual terms. It isn't just going and sitting at tools and making a sound. It's having a philosophy or an approach or coming up with ideas as he did. Well, if I'm going to be doing the sounds for Jurassic Park, I need to get in touch with people who run, reptile houses and lizard houses. And he had a guy come to the ranch in a van filled with reptiles of all shapes and sizes and species. And he recorded them and had the guy induce them to make sounds. Of course, he made many runs to zoos and things like that. It's a conceptual art form. And so having repeated lunches every once in a while with Gary, and hear him talk about the art and the craft. And of course, Michael, Peter, and I were listening on the edge of our seats because we found it so fascinating that I tried to then convert those conversations into my approach at LucasArts. I tried to essentially import and adapt his high Dolby surround, high resolution, box office film sensibilities, and see if I could fit them into the matchbox that was our palette at that time in video games. And where that really happened for me was Full Throttle. In Full Throttle, we hired motorcyclists.
Before we get to Full Throttle,
please.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to 1991.
Yes.
On Monkey Island 2, you're credited for original music.
Mm-hmm.
How was the workload divided between you, Peter McConnell, and Michael Land when it came to scoring Monkey Island 2? Do you remember the locations you were assigned to?
Roughly, yes. To answer that, just telling about how Michael did Monkey Island 1, The Secret of Monkey Island, alone. And he did it in a very limited way with just a certain number of themes and tracks. But those themes and tracks became iconic, especially the main theme. And so we inherited that, the three of us, going into Monkey Island 2. So that's an important distinction to make. We had, there was a mold in effect. And what that Michael labeled that was perhaps a new genre in music. I don't know. Pirate reggae. So the idea of kind of being Caribbean islandy and with a sort of a jaunty bounce and a kind of a reggae beat with kind of an Elizabethan or sea shanty kind of pirate folk song melodies and harmonies. And it was a fascinating juxtaposition and combination. So we went into the game, the three of us, sort of all on the same page of following that sort of style of music. The game itself was divided into 3 islands, and I believe they were called, I'm risking it here, Fat Island, Scab Island, and Booty.
And
Booty.
Dinky.
Dinky. And Booty. So it was 4 islands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, didn't even remember that. We each took an island. Now, I don't know, given that there were 4 islands and there were 3 of us, I don't know exactly how the splitting up worked exactly. But essentially, each of us got 1 island. I think I got Fat Island. And that enabled us to do a couple of things that were sort of serendipitous or happy byproducts of taking that approach. One was it softened any problem of the fact that we were 3 different composers working on one score, because each island could have a kind of different flavor or a different compositional style, because after all, it was a different island that Guybrush was going to. So that really helped that way. But it also accomplished that each of us could be the architect of that island and the interactivity of how all the different locations connected up and where you needed a transition segment and where you needed an ending segment. And as you probably well know, the iMUSE system that, again, Michael Land and Peter McConnell developed, which was the modern equivalent of this sort of game audio engine, which enabled adaptive audio, would be tools like Fmod and Weiss. Even though it was back in the early 90s, it was so brilliantly designed by Michael and Peter that that it was easy to use and yet very powerful. And I attribute that to the fact that they are composers. So they had this rare combination of skills where they were both had musical, compositional talent, and also computer programming talent. And they put those 2 things together and wrote tools that catered to, in a very practical and streamlined way, what a composer would want to do to make an adaptive score. And we won't get into it necessarily now, but there aren't many things. There aren't that many tricks that you need to create a rich adaptive score that tracks the action very closely. There aren't that many tricks, and there's no need to have an overly complex tool. So that was a really powerful thing about the iMUSE system. And we were talking about the way we split up the islands. And so when you would go to score an island, let's say, you were thinking about the melodies, the harmonies you wanted to do, the songs, the tracks, the ideas. Then you were thinking about the dramatic treatment of each location. Maybe it's the interior of a building or a jungle location or something. And you're designing the music almost as if a film composer would, without any adaptability needs or interactive needs. But then you're also thinking about the architecture of how the score all connects up as Guybrush walks fluidly from location to location. He may enter the jungle and we get some jungle music, but then the player says, oh, wait a minute, no, this isn't where I wanted to go, and immediately exits the jungle. So what do? If you do as many other games did at that time, I would say perhaps most, and even up into the 2000s, many other games would say, oh, okay, we're going into the jungle, play the jungle music. Oh, we're leaving the jungle, get rid of the jungle music and play the street music again, without any sense or a sense of responsibility or need to have that music flow, no matter what the player did when, as if it were composed that way, as if it were scored, as if you were to record the game player playing the game for, say, 10 minutes, and then give that video to a film composer, and they compose a beautiful score. How do you do that? Well, those are huge questions, and they're still huge questions. And where this industry is going is a huge occupies everyone's mind. But at that time, we I think we're ahead of our peers in the industry. I hope that doesn't sound arrogant, but I think we were.
But it's true.
I think it was largely because of the leadership that Michael and Peter, had in citing the need for something like the iMUSE system in the first place. Everything we do starts with an idea, and the idea can lead to an intention, and that intention then leads to hard work and realization. So I would credit first and foremost the idea that we need something like this. And we went 15 years without seeing the industry meet that need. Every company had its own proprietary solutions, but they were woefully complex because they were designed by programmers. This was one that was designed by composers. So because of that system, and because of our excitement about what if we did this? Oh my God, let's do this funny joke. When Guybrush does this, it's sort of like that Bugs Bunny cartoon when Bugs Bunny does this. Let's sort of quote that little moment. Or let's bring in some Tchaikovsky. Let's bring in some Swan Lake for this because it'll be funny, it'll be tongue-in-cheek, it'll be goofy. But all the while seeing to the interactive rigors of making the score flow musically and smoothly.
In my conversation with Michael End, I tried to abuse the iMUSE system. We played Monkey Island 2, and then I tried to enter and exit several locations to see if the iMUSE system can handle it. And it handled it perfectly. So I had the outro playing while the intro was fading in. So well played. But, when I asked Michael about the iMUSE system, I asked him about the technical challenges he faced with iMUSE. But him being a developer, he doesn't have the same experience as someone who uses iMUSE without being part of the development. So in your case, how was it to actually use iMUSE? Can you share some of the technical challenges you encountered while working on the system and how you overcame them?
Absolutely. There are a couple different angles to this, and it's a great question. First of all, computers were not very powerful back then compared to obviously now. Second of all, what the iMUSE system was trying to be in terms of its functionality was not supported in a native way by the operating systems. We worked on a Macintosh platform, and the Macintosh had no infrastructure to support what the iMUSE system needed to do, because what it needed to do is integrate with other applications and talk what we called inter-application communication, IAC. And so Michael had to figure out a way for the iMUSE system on the authoring side. Now, of course, we're talking about the authoring side. The runtime existed in the game and executed whatever was designed at the authoring phase. But in the authoring phase, you had your Macintosh, you had opcode MIDI system, OMS, you had, it's a long time ago, but you had a HyperCard stack, and HyperCard was a user-friendly way to design routines for the user. The reason it used the word card is because it worked, the paradigm and the user interface worked like index cards, which you might memorize vocabulary for a language you're studying. On one side of the card, it says the English word, and you turn it around, it says the word in French. So those index cards, they literally look like index cards on the screen and everything. And you could program in simple routines into those cards to be able to execute things that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. Then we used Performer, Mark of the Unicorn Performer, as our MIDI sequencer to write our music. And that had to be equipped with messages that would then be interpreted at runtime in the game in the flow of the MIDI, right? MIDI is a serial language, meaning it's not parallel. You don't have data running alongside other data. You have one instance of data followed by the next instance of data, followed by the next instance of data. So think of it as a pipe with ping pong balls going down the pipe, and as opposed to many pipes or a big broad pipe with many ping pong balls all going at once. It was serial. So flowing down through the MIDI stream were these occasional messages. Now, how were they put there? We, as composers, when we started up our computer, we had to start up the opcode MIDI system. Then we started up our HyperCard stack. Then there was another application that was purely infrastructural. I don't remember exactly what it was, but all these things had to talk to each other via the opcode MIDI system. Think of virtual cables going to a hub so that all these applications can talk to one another. And then finally, Performer. Well, it would take 3 or 4 minutes to start up our computer. It would take 3 or 4 minutes to set up that system, and it would take maybe 20 seconds to open your MIDI sequence back then. Now you got it all open. Okay, finally. Now, where was I? I was writing that bass line. And I was in bar 23. Here we go. Record. Crash. Your whole computer crashes. Everything locks up. So you restart your computer. You were in the middle of that bass line. You were about to do a D flat to a C. And you got to wait 9 minutes to then resume that bass line. And that happened 20 times a day. So we worked till late hours at night, and we worked weekends. And I can't even tell you the hours that we put in. It was absolutely insane. And yet it was fun, and it was enjoyable. So here's how we got those messages. You'd go to the HyperCard stack, and you'd leaf through those cards that Michael had set up. And you get to the card that says jumps or jump hooks. And you had a couple simple parameters. One was whether the value was 0 or some other number, and then a MIDI destination. That was it. If you put 0, that meant it was an absolute jump. And when the runtime version instance of iMUSE encountered that message with an ID of 0, it was called an absolute jump. It would jump to whatever the included MIDI destination was unconditionally. If it was a number 1 or greater, then the game host, meaning Indiana Jones game, had to tell the iMUSE system that number. So we had to communicate heavily with the programmers. And when it was conditional and the conditions were met, when that message went by in the MIDI stream, essentially, that's why they were called hooks. The host system now put a hook down, like a train going by without stopping to drop off mail in an old Western town. And the little hook is out, and the mailbag catches the hook and stays in the town. That hook would be set of number 1. And when the next jump hook with an ID of number 1 would come by in the stream, it would catch and it would execute that jump to whatever MIDI destination was included in that jump hook that was originated in HyperCard stack. Now, those messages were called sysx. They were sysx messages. So we would set up our jump hook in HyperCard stack, go back to Digital Performer on our guide track. We had a master control track, hit record. So now our MIDI sequencer is recording the same way that you might be laying in a trumpet part or something. And you go up to HyperCard stack and you hit send, and it would send it through the opcode MIDI system. It would be recorded onto that track, and you would hit stop in Digital Performer. It wasn't digital yet, in Performer. And now you had this sysx message on whatever bar, beat, and tick that it landed, and you would then be able to place it anywhere you wanted. You could put it in your clipboard and put it on every downbeat. You could put it every 2 beats. If it was something that needed to happen absolutely right away, it just had to happen right away, you could put it on every beat. And you would do that with just copy, paste, 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 paste. And there were other types of messages and hooks. Part enable hooks. You may be familiar with in Monkey Island 2 as he's rowing the little boat to the voodoo lady's hut in the swamp. As the rowboat gets closer to her shack, you may notice that more instruments successively come in. Now a shaker comes in. Now a melody comes in. Now a bongo comes in. As you get closer. Now, but what? And we had to ask ourselves this question all the time. What if the player stopped? Or what if the player decided to turn around and go back to shore, get out of the boat, and leave that location entirely? Well, then those parts would successfully turn off and the music would get smaller again. So it would get more instruments as you got closer to her shack and fewer instruments as you got further away from her shack. And it was very easy to do in MIDI, which is a whole huge subject. But when you would go up into her shack, well, then, of course, you wanted to have interior with the voodoo lady shack music, right? But what if she wasn't there? Well, then you would probably want to have some sort of version of either the same piece or a different piece that somehow reflected that she was not present, meaning that you would want certain elements in the music to be present when she was present. And maybe that's a melodic instrument, or maybe that's an organ or something in the accompaniment, or it's a different piece altogether. When you go from the rowboat and cut to the interior of as you enter her shack, that is what we call what I call the most traumatic moment of an adaptive music composer's work. That's the moment. That's the challenge. Everything else is conventional. Making music, using samples well, writing a good piece of music, knowing counterpoint, having a handle on harmony, hiring an orchestra, it's essentially producing a record. And that's comparatively straightforward. Having a piece of music in a game that matches a scary forest, comparatively straightforward. It's the transitions that are the challenge. They're the thing that you lose sleep over. And you're trying to figure out, well, if the player can do this or that or this, then, or you may ask a question, how long might the player be in this location? And the level designer says, well, this puzzle, it could take, if you're really fast, it could take like 5 minutes. But if you're really not getting it, it could take up to 20 minutes. So then you got to ask yourself the question, okay, I can't just loop a 2-minute piece of music. I'm not going to permit myself to have a possible scenario of a player hearing this piece of music 10 times. So I have to do something else. I have to connect up different pieces in different ways, or have different versions of it, or have a much longer loop or something that is going to not present the player with excessive repetition. That's the other challenge. But the main challenge is transitions. And there's many number of ways to do a transition. Sometimes you just go. It might be that there's jump hooks every downbeat in the swamp music. And then when you enter her shack on the next downbeat, it just goes to an intro segment that just arrests your attention. And you may hide behind a sound effect of the door opening, for example, too. That may help you. And when you multiply that by how many transitions and possible ways different pieces of music can connect up in a given game, a game that can take 8 to 10 hours to play, you can see what would occupy our time. And working with the iMUSE system, again, you're authoring. And then at that time, we did not have a testing utility at that time in the early 90s. So we would construct all these little mouse traps, and I don't know if you're familiar with Rube Goldberg, but he would design on paper all these things where moving parts, and then this would cause the ball to roll down, which would knock over the dominoes, which would then do this. And that's literally what these scores were like, but you couldn't test them. You couldn't test them. You had to deliver this structure with all these instructions and negotiate with the programmer all the jumps and IDs and what they needed to do when and under what conditions. And then there was nothing you could do but wait to get the next build of the game and play it and see how it turned out. And very similarly to how our workstations would crash multiple times per day, you would get the game back and the flywheel, I'm speaking analogously here, of course, but the flywheel would go spinning off and flying across the shop, and the fan belt would break and go flying in the air, and something else would blow up in your face, and you had to then make sense of how to communicate with the programmer and start fixing. And then the fixing would go incrementally as well. You would fix 3 out of 7 things. That's good. That's progress. But those other 4 things are still not working right. And you had to do this for the whole game. It was really a lot of work. But those days were the Wild West. And the way that we all collaborated, the way that you would walk down to the kitchen to get a snack at 2 a.m, and see all the people who were there working, feeling like you were a member of a team and everybody was on the same team. And if you were having a conversation about this technical stuff at 2 a.m, it was no different than having it at 3 p.m. or 10 a.m. It was like a laboratory. It was almost like a NASA project in a way, and obviously on a much smaller scale. Very, very improvisatory. People were making up how to make a game at every moment. Nobody knew how to make a video game. I'm telling you that right now. Everybody was figuring it out as we went along on every successive game, because you never wanted to repeat yourself. You always wanted to push the new hardware or somehow add features that the prior game didn't have. And so you're always trying to push and stretch the expectations and meet the expectations of your user base and your customers. And as a result, it was everything that was being done for the first time, literally for years on end. And that's the way we worked together as a team, especially in the 90s at LucasArts. Things are still that way on a much more tame and controlled level because, as you know, hardware and software continues to evolve, and envelopes, people, publishers and developers continue to want to push envelopes and achieve those reach goals. So there's still that element today, but back then it was 100% that.
Yeah, I'm always talking about the fact that in the early 90s, it felt like every year you had huge technological leaps. You could look at the game from 1991 and the game from 1992, and they'll be vastly different. And you could distinguish between them. You could look at the game and say, this was released in 1991, and this was released in 1992. But nowadays, you don't have the same effect. You can't look at the game. You have things like ray tracing that were released in the last couple of years that you can use as a specific technological feature that you can use to distinguish between something that was created in the 2020s and something that was created in the 2010s. But other than that, when you take a look at 3D games from the late 2010s or early 2020s, you can't really distinguish between them and say this was released in that specific year. But with the early 90s, I can take a look at the game and tell you which year it was released in.
That's very interesting. It's a wonderful observation. And I wonder, if there are analogies in other art forms or technological arenas that are like that. Fashion comes to mind. You could see someone's bell bottoms and peace sign necklace and say, "Oh, that sure looks early 70s or something." But that's fashion. We're talking about functionality and technical capability. So I wonder.
Yeah, but fashion is a great example because, again, with fashion, up until the year 2000, you can distinguish between decades according to fashion. But early 2000s looks very 90s. So when you look at a movie from the early 2000s, then it feels kind of 90s. But from 2005 on, fashion didn't change that much. You could watch a movie from 2005, and the only thing that would date it would probably be the cell phones. See that the main character is using a flip phone and not an iPhone or a smartphone. So that's the only thing that can date a movie nowadays.
Yeah, but I still wonder, because what you're saying, where a game from 91, you can distinguish from a game from 92. But what explains that, of course, is the technology, is the fact that things had evolved and somehow graphics had improved or something. And I'm wondering if there are analogies to that. I mean, because just the observance of the fact that now the army in 700 AD has catapults or whatever it is, observing, say, military technology, you could see and say, oh, that battle. I mean, maybe this is not a bad analogy, perhaps. In other words, if you were shown some drawings of a battle and everybody had swords and bows and arrows, you would be able to say, oh, okay, that I would surmise that's before firearms and before, people had guns. So that may be one loose analogy. So the evolution of technology and the capabilities that it affords is, I think, what we're talking about. And there aren't too many, to my mind, at least at this moment, striking me, of many, many examples of that in human history. I think it has to do with technology evolving and increasing capabilities, and then those capabilities being observable. And so the whole computer revolution and technology revolution that then games obviously became a part of is really a very special. I mean, this goes without saying, so not even worth saying perhaps, but it's just a really special and unique development because, and especially if you look at from, say, 1990 to, as you say, 2015 or so, because the technology really has settled down since around probably even 2008, the technology, we're talking Xbox.
I said 2005, not 2015. And 2008 is around the same time when the iPhone was released. So again, after the first smartphone was released, we kind of reached a certain level. And even with innovations in smartphones, you can notice that every year a new iPhone is released, a new smartphone is released, and you don't have anything that impressive that requires a new device. It's usually small improvements to the camera, or actually nowadays they only focus on the cameras. But other than that, there aren't that many technological leaps as they used to be. And when I distinguished games in the early 90s, then you have 1990 when you have EGA graphics. Then in 1991, you have VGA graphics, but as opposed to 1990 when you had to draw it on your computer, for example, in The Secret of Monkey Island, when they had to draw the backgrounds on their computers. In Monkey Island 2, you had scanners. So now you have scan background. So you can distinguish between something that was released in 1990 and 1991. And in 1992, you have the introduction of sound blasters and sound cards. And they're publicly available and not that expensive. So most people have them. So you can notice a change, a shift in game music and various sound effects. 1993 is the introduction of the CD-ROM, and that became publicly available. And so you have huge games and, games like The Seventh Guest. Last year was the first year I really felt old because so many games celebrated their 30th anniversary because so many revolutionary games were released in 1993 and they celebrated their 30th anniversary in 2023. Games like Doom, Day of the Tentacle, Seven Knocks the Road, bunch of games that I played as a kid. Each one of them more revolutionary than the next. And so the 90s felt like you couldn't keep up with technology. You had to upgrade your computer every year. But nowadays, you can work on your 2017 computer and it will run most games, maybe not with the high-end settings, but you can run most things in most games and most operating systems.
It's a really good way of looking at it. Good points. it obviously reminds us of a curve, right? Where the 90s was a steep slope. It really was. And then 2000 was like an arrival. The adventure games were dying, and things were going console, right? And we had the PlayStation, and we were about to get the Xbox. The first live orchestral score in video games, I believe, was a composer, of course, who went on to win an Oscar and is one of the leading film composers of today. It's a very rare achievement. We see instances of the games industry with bigger and bigger budgets over the last few decades approaching the film industry and hiring established film composers to pull that talent and to pull that cachet into their video game. But you rarely see video game composers, even leading ones, make it in the film industry. And furthermore, you may have an award-winning score for a video game that when it's made into a movie, they don't hire that composer. They hire, a film composer like Hans Zimmer or something. But here's a case. And of course, I'm talking about Michael Giacchino. I think he won his Oscar for Ratatouille, but he did a score in, I believe, 2000 for Medal of Honor, hiring a live orchestra. And Medal of Honor is electronic arts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got to credit electronic arts. And that was a brilliant move. I would like to think that all of us composers and music professionals in the video game industry are grateful to electronic arts for realizing that the quality of the music actually made a difference in sales. And make no mistake, that's the only thing that mattered to them, to anybody, any publisher. We're not going to hire an orchestra, spend all that money, unless it's going to sell more copies, unless it's going to win more awards, unless it's going to give us an edge in the marketplace. And Electronic Arts made the decision, we feel like it is. And boy, when we played that Medal of Honor and heard that live orchestra in there, we were blown away. We were so impressed. And as you know, the 2000s up to about 2010 was a steady, meteoric rise of recording with live instrumental forces, especially orchestra. That's when the video game music field broke through. It broke through to basically saying, okay, we can use MIDI, we can use synthesizers, we can hire a trumpet player to come into the studio. Low budget projects could maybe just go with some soloists on top of a synthetic bass, and to give the illusion, we call that sweetening. But then when you look at titles like World of Warcraft, or most of the Sony PlayStation titles, most of the Microsoft titles, you're talking about $2 million budgets now and more for music, which can easily afford an orchestra, the scoring stage, the engineers, the orchestrators, all the forces needed to create a score that rivals the film industry, music in the film industry. But the 90s began in that MIDI domain, began in a domain where we were holding things together with rubber bands and paper clips. I mean, we crashed all the time. The game crashed all the time. Our authoring stations crashed all the time. Everything lurched two yards forward, 1 yard back, 5 yards forward, 4 yards back. And you would be glad at the end of the week to have made 3.5 yards, even though you worked 15 yards for it. And that was the 90s. But as it started to the slope of development, as you point out, was dramatic throughout the 90s, very steep upward curve. It starts to sort of plateau around 2000 in some ways. And with the Xbox, development all of a sudden became, hey, this is a console, but the development for it feels a lot like developing for a PC. And that was a brilliant move on Microsoft's part. And then it continues to rise throughout the 2000s. And as you point out, there's something about around the time that the iPhone came out where now there's a plateau beginning. And all AAA games look fantastic in terms of graphics. All AAA games sound fantastic. And then it started to level off and be more about the content in a way than about the technical achievement, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I will maintain that it is only in recent years, and there's a development that actually is really interesting and powerful, that is part of this and assisted this. In the last 5 years, it's become much more common throughout all publishers and developers to take these transitions seriously. Okay, I'm in this piece of music. Now the player does this. It's time to go to this other piece of music. That gap between the two things has not been taken seriously for the past 30 years by many developers and publishers. It has not been taken into account. I think largely because programmers who don't have a musical ear necessarily are the ones who are implementing, say in 2010 or 2015. They don't take that moment seriously. They're not aware that there are musical problems with just going from A to B, and that you need some sort of transition, or you need some sort of routine using fades or something or the two pieces are in fundamentally different keys, musical keys, making it presenting a problem that has to be solved to somebody, at Sony PlayStation, where I was for almost 10 years. To our team then, it had to be solved. To us in LucasArts in the 90s, starting all the way as early as 91, that moment had to be solved musically. It had to be addressed. So many developers and publishers have not taken that moment seriously, have glossed over it, and the score is gorgeous. The game is fun. It's a fantastic, everything about the game. The sound design is great. The music is great, but the transitions are often horrible. But now even that has reached a point where most and largely assisted by the advent, again, around 2008, of publicly available, commercially available middleware like Fmod and Weiss. These are tools that we always wished for in the 90s and 2010s that we never seemed to be able to get, that were stewarded and developed and maintained by a development team whose job it was to make this software, to maintain it, to update it, to support it in the development space. And finally, these tools came along and people could get good at them. And this is the other part of the puzzle. And this is so exciting and something I always tell younger up-and-comers and students, that finally the industry, and it's been true for some years now, takes very seriously the quality of the implementation of this audio, the quality of the transitions, the quality of the routines, the ways to avoid over repetition, ways to achieve a greater level of realism, and these tricks and techniques are many and many throughout the sound design realm as well as the music realm, and these tools facilitate those techniques, and so the professional role of a specialist of operating that software and envisioning how the audio can work in the game to achieve these ideals, such as realism of the world, avoidance of over repetition, smooth transitions, even some of the most sophisticated things, which is done in games, combat games especially. And I attended a lecture on Overwatch and the techniques that are used with layers of logic. Because if you played a game like Overwatch and every sound effect happened when it was supposed to, placed in three-dimensional space as it was supposed to be, such as bullets whizzing by your ear and ricochets off the ground and a rocket-propelled grenade blowing up 15 meters over there, and somebody up on a rooftop yelling a taunt at you, and your footsteps as you're running up the stairs during if every sound effect that was going on in a chaotic game like that played correctly as it was supposed to, placed in 3D space as it was supposed to, the game would sound horrible. It would be an absolute mess. Everything would be tangled. You wouldn't be able to hear that dialogue, so that person would yell that taunt at you. You wouldn't have it. You would have no idea what they were saying. Everything would start to just become noise. And so what do? Well, when I said earlier in our conversation that the first thing is an idea, what you do is you start thinking, what do we do about this? How can we approach this problem? What are some solutions to how this can work? And that means that there can be a professional, a role assigned to somebody who is not, a part of their duties may include creating sound effects, working in an editor and working with sound effects libraries, going out in the field and recording weapons and vehicles and things and doing that may be included in their job description. But now there's this whole other job that's being taken seriously. And the leading term for this job is technical sound designer. And it is an actual position that you can see listed in job openings, technical sound designer. This is somebody who comes aboard and whose job it is to ensure that the game sounds great. Not just that it has great music, great sound effects, and that things are implemented pretty correctly, not just correct. It isn't enough to be just correct anymore. It has to be excellent. And the way a painter paints on a canvas or a musician composes on paper or into a MIDI sequencer, these people work in Weiss or in FMOD, and they work with the programmers, and their canvas is the actual gameplay experience. They may not actually make the sounds or the music, or even edit the sounds or the music. That actually is an integral part. I think they may very well edit or they at least file editing orders to the people who do edit, because obviously the audio has to be edited to integrate into their design, which is a design of how the game should be, how audio should be integrated into the game. That's a design that is every bit as creative as a piece of music or as sound design. So this is where the video game industry has reached a kind of a plateau, as you were pointing out. And from an audio standpoint, it's also difficult to now distinguish between, say, 2021 and 2023. But it does need to continue developing, and there are some concepts regarding that, but we can let that go for now and see if you have another question before 2023 or 2024,
yeah,
I should say.
I have one from 1991. We're still in Monkey Island 2.
Yeah.
Do you remember which island you composed for?
I think it was Fat Island. I think Peter did Booty Island. I may be wrong.
I know that Michael did Scab.
Okay, then that makes sense. I think Peter did Booty and I did Fat.
Okay. So, surprisingly, in the Monkey Island 2 demo, there are several tracks that didn't make it to the final game. Let's listen to some of these tracks.
Wow.
Okay, so luckily for you, most of the unused music from the Monkey Island 2 demo is from Fat Island. So it's probably yours. Let's listen to the first track. Why wasn't this in the game?
Well, I'm gonna what's the word? Speculate, because I have just little shards of memory about that room that I think may have something to do with it, and that is a you could almost think of it as a hub room, right? Where
that's the wharf at
the wharf. Yeah, so you can. It's in a sense, if you were to diagram, which is we frequently did, and in order to design this score, this would be like a hub that you could then excurse out of and go into the library in this case, or go into the jail or a barber shop or what have you, right? But then when you exited that location, you were back out here in what could be considered sort of a hub. As a result, a lot of time was spent in such a hub. In Michael's Wood Tick, which is a famous example, as you know, that boardwalk was the hub of that area. And we, Ron Gilbert and just the structure of these games, of Monkey Island games, there were always sort of this concept of a sort of town square, even just last year, right? Return to Monkey Island operated on that concept. And so the way we generally treated musically a hub-like space where you would spend a lot of time transitioning from one specific location to another, we would want to sort of make that hub kind of backgroundy and abstract minimal. Yes. You could almost say, innocuous in a way, where it just sort of stayed out of the way. It kind of floated. Rhythm was one thing you had to be especially careful with. You didn't often want a groove in an ambience like that. You also had to be very careful about melody, because you can expect that this piece of music would be heard so many times by the player that melody starts to become an annoyance, because it's just so recognizable. It's such a signpost. You keep hearing that darn melody. So you would do abstract things that were not as rhythmic, and a little fragment of a melody, but then it would give way, and then you'd hear another instrument do a little gesture, and then there'd be some space, and then another instrument do a little thing. And that ended up being our approach to ambiences that you really needed to last a long, long time, such as in a hub. And so when I hear this piece of music, fun, obviously piratey, I mean, the second phrase is right out of the book, yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. I mean, it's totally a little shanty, a little piratey thing. It's so melodic. It's got that little underlying groove that I'm speculating, but it's possible that we did not go with this piece because it was too rhythmic and too melodic.
Okay. Now let's listen to the Fat Island map original music. So this music is in the demo files, but unlike the Wharf, which you could use the debug tools to jump to and listen to that music, and so it is known that that music was supposed to be in the Wharf, this music is speculated to have been linked to the Fat Island map. But other than that, no one knows where this piece was supposed to be played. Do you have any idea?
I actually don't, but I think the speculation is very good because this piece, which by the way is not very successful, of course the synthesizer just doesn't sound good. It's not used well. And what it illustrates too is that Michael, Peter, and I we actually authored and wrote on a superior sound card, such as the Roland MT32. I think, and there was a lot of controversy back in the day, and we would talk with other composers throughout the industry about this. Do you write to what most players are going to hear it on? Because they didn't want to go out and buy the expensive card necessarily. I think it was maybe 3 or 4% of the market had the higher quality sound card equivalent. And I think at this particular time, that didn't even exist yet. But the controversy was, shouldn't we be writing to the target platform sounds? And probably, the correct thing would have been to do that. But as composers, we just couldn't. we had to write and feel inspired and construct each piece of music to a higher quality sound playback module, like the MT32 in this case, so that we were concentrating more on the music and the inspiration than on, oh my God, this sounds like crap. It really, I guess, just is. I think it was unfortunately the right call, a very difficult call to make. And I recall for this game, we actually had a contractor in the department. I believe her name was Robin, if I remember, whose job it was to transcribe our MIDI compositions that were targeting the MT32.
Robin Goldstein?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Robin Goldstein. She was great. And she would then transcribe it and adapt it to the 2-op FM synthesis or the 4-op FM synthesis of the Ad Lib and Sound Blaster cards. So at this particular time in Indiana Jones and Monkey Island 2, everything that was heard on these FM cards were adapted from MIDI files, and not by the composers either, which is interesting. Were adapted from MIDI files that were targeting a higher end, kind of more contemporary synthesizer. So just worth noting. And so this particular piece, perhaps it didn't go through Robin. It's very possible. If it were not integrated into the game, because her work came at the very end of the development process, this may not have gone through her adaptation. So the first thing I would say is it sounds really, if I may, sounds really bad. It's not a good sounding piece of music on that platform. The second thing is, I believe the speculation is good. It's got that airy, non-rhythmic, non-melodic thing that would be fitting for a bird's eye view of an island.
Okay. Moving on to the Gambling Alley. Let's see if you Note this piece. So again, this is speculated to have been linked to the gambling alley. It's got a few motifs that are in the final music in the gambling alley. That's why the assumption is that this is part of this particular scene. What do you have to say about this musical cue?
Well, first of all, I liked it. I think the patch and a lot of these patches were, again, designed in-house. You know, they had to be. They weren't commercially available. So that pig-like snorting, I suppose, contrabassoon, or bassoon at least, I think contrabassoon, is hilarious. And it really captured, and don't forget, we're on Fat Island, right? And so that sort of snorting-like instrument, I think, was very expressive and funny. Bearing in mind, we are always looking for an opportunity to try to be funny in the music, just as much as the designers are in the game. And I thought the music was constructed well. The melody was catchy. I think the organ comes in up high and sounds pretty good. Of course, FM is a great mode of synthesis to do organ. And yeah,
so if it sounds pretty good, why'd you remove it?
I have no idea, to be honest. I think it's a pretty successful piece. I don't know. I have no idea. It was a long time ago.
Okay. Moving on to Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
How was the workload divided between you, Peter McConnell, and Michael Land when it came to scoring this game? Do you remember which locations you were assigned to?
Peter reminded me of this recently, and I had not remembered this fact, but apparently there are different pathways that the user, as I'm sure you well know. I had actually forgotten that. So that was one way that we could split up and divide up the composer's responsibilities. Were there three? I think there were three.
Yeah, you had the theme path, and you had the wits path, and you had the fists path.
Okay, so it's a more actiony one, that last one. So I definitely know that we leveraged that division to help us divide things up amongst us. Not too unlike in Day of the Tentacle, where there was the past, present, and future. It was sort of like, well, there's three of us, and there's three of those, and but other than that, I think this was very early, of course. This was the very beginning of Michael Peters' mind. Now, we had played in bands, rock bands, but that obviously is a very different thing. But this was the very first instance of us collaborating as three composers on one score, right? And so it was the very beginning of a practice that we had that ended up being kind of uncanny, in that the three of us collectively and individually got to know each other's respective styles and approach to music and approach to composition, strengths and weaknesses. And we always agreed on those things. So if a particular scene or a particular theme was needed or a particular location, all three of us would go, oh, that's got to be Pete. That's got to be Pete. Or all three of us would say, that's Clint. That's Clint. Or that's Michael. That's Michael. Very interesting. And it's actually really fortunate because it's obviously complex. There's a lot of locations. There's a lot of things that need to be composed. We used FileMaker Pro databases. So we were able to have a piece of music was each record, and you were able to assign each record to one of the three composers. And there was so much to do along those lines that always agreeing very quickly and seeing things the same way about how they should be split up was a real advantage for us. Now, that expanded, not to jump ahead or anything, but a quick aside, that expanded over the years to include entire projects. A grim Fandango comes along, and it's going to be kind of 40s big band swing and swing. It's a no-brainer. All three of us would say that's Pete. I mean, that there's no way. He's got a complete command on that. And Outlaws, it kind of a Ennio Morricone approach to the orchestra and classical instruments combined with folk instruments and whistling. And I whistled on everything in Outlaws and played the guitars and it was a no-brainer. And then you look at something like The Dig and you say, here's something that's sci-fi, that's very imaginative and expansive, is Michael. And Michael, worked with the legal department to license a recording of a Wagner opera, as I'm sure you know. And he stitched those segments and he processed them and he stitched them and integrated them into his composition. It became very clear which composers should take on any given composition within a score that we shared, or even on a larger level, which titles. So we split up Indiana Jones, I think, in a very dynamic way. It kind of was as we went, as we went, we just sort of figured out, okay, I'll take that, or you should take that, or whatever.
It's interesting. You said that this was your first collaboration. Do you consider Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis your first collaboration? Because Monkey Island 2 came out before Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis.
Yes. Yeah.
So you started working on Fate of Atlantis before Monkey Island 2?
Yeah, they were really kind of simultaneous, but remember the original plan was that they both be released in 91. So the alarms were kind of going off on both titles. So we really worked on both at the same time. But I would say that the first 2 or 3 months of our collaboration together was more heavily spent on Fate of Atlantis.
And like I said in my conversation with Michael End, it's great that LucasArts accommodated you in terms of storylines, because there were always 3 things to handle, and you were 3 composers working on the score itself. So you had the 3 paths with Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. You had 3 timelines in Day of the Tentacle. You had the 3 islands in Monkey Island 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, but
and then when it stopped being divided into 3 sections, then you just went your separate ways. Michael with The Dig, you with Outlaws, and
I think that's an interesting point. I think the greater reason for that was that we were growing up as not only as a company and not only as individuals and professionals, but as an industry, right? The industry was growing up. I would say that the industry in the early 90s was still not necessarily even a teenager yet. It was maybe a 10-year-old, making things up as they go along and trying to figure out, how are we going to do this thing? It's never been done before. We got to figure it. But as things started to settle, as development pipelines started to stabilize, and things started to become more professional, I think we started to recognize more the concept of the linkage of a composer with a show. If you call it a show, that's what they call it in Hollywood. A motion picture or a film is called a show. So we could think of The Dig as a show. We started to, link up an individual composer and that composer's voice, and start to support the idea of that composer being able to shape the entire experience. So I think it was both.
In 1993, you were credited for music on Day of the Tentacle. Can you share a few anecdotes about working on the music for specific scenes or characters in the game?
Absolutely. One thing that's notable to me is that the main theme, which in musical terms is so based on the tritone, it starts, Da 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 da. Well, da 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 da. Is a tritone, and the Peter wrote that theme, and that theme then was handed off to me, and I wrote the opening credits. But that melody came from Peter. So it was very interesting. That was a really highly collaborative project for us. At the same time, and we just last year, I can say last year now as of 4 days ago, last year we was released, as you may know, the a soundtrack for Day of the Tentacle actually was released last year. And Peter and Michael and I worked on it. And in going through those old tracks and hearing all that stuff, it started to become apparent to us that many of those tracks are attributed to me. And what we remembered is that at that time, which was around 93, Michael and Peter were heavily, heavily busy with, in Michael's case, managing the department. But with the iMUSE system and continuing to shore up the iMUSE system. It was around then that they brought in Michael McMahon, who was a brilliant programmer whose responsibilities were to assist with the continued development and maintenance of the iMUSE system and with music integration into our games. We also brought Larry the O in, I believe, the same year or the year after. I think it was the year, well, hard to remember. Larry came in around 93, 94. Because we were growing up, as I told you earlier, we were starting to be able to do audio, streamed audio, and in Full Throttle, I was able to, record motorcycles and everything else. So we started to recognize the need for bringing in people with actual real audio experience, bearing in mind that when I started at LucasArts, I didn't know how to use Pro Tools. I didn't know how to record or work with digital audio. I knew how to sequence MIDI, but I didn't know how to be a sound designer and work with audio and record and everything like that. I taught myself on the job. And gradually, the entire industry, not just our company, recognized the need to build up our team with people with actual audio production experience, like from television or from film. But so in those early days, with Maniac Mansion 2, Day of the Tentacle, they were so busy, managing the department and continuing the iMUSE system that I actually ended up doing a lot of those cues. But we roughly split, more than roughly, we split it up according to past, present, and future. But when I listen to the future, I can hear some of what's my writing. And sometimes, we don't have actual data that says, oh yeah, definitively, Pete, you did this piece, I did that piece. We can only listen to the musical style these days and try to recognize, oh yeah, that has to be Mike, or that has to be Pete. And so I did have some cues in the future, which merely further reinforces the point that Michael was very busy running the department, because Michael had the future, I had the past with George Washington and everything, and Ben Franklin, and Peter took care of the present.
It's interesting that you talk about the soundtrack being released last year, given that you're probably talking about the limited run games release.
Yes, it was associated with that. Yeah.
So
it was a separate soundtrack release. I don't know if it came out on vinyl as well. It might have, but there was a soundtrack release for just the soundtrack.
Still in 1993, you're credited for additional sound and orchestration on Star Wars X-Wing. Were there any technological or creative challenges you encountered while composing music for X-Wing?
Absolutely. This was the beginning of... did TIE Fighter come first? I can't remember.
X-Wing came first.
Okay. X-Wing was the first instance of Michael, Peter, and I, we shared that score as well, confronting the challenge of writing in the style of John Williams, who is arguably the greatest film score composer, certainly in the modern film age. And demonstrates, of course, as you know, the pinnacle of mastery of the orchestra, and writing for the orchestra in a way that is facile, imaginative, highly gestural, supple. In an interview with Steven Spielberg once, they're going over some, I believe, Jurassic Park footage, and Spielberg says, "Yeah, okay." So, and they're going over it together, discussing it, and they're talking about what they're after, what he would like John Williams to achieve. And he says, "Now you can do this and that, but for here, he comes through so fast. I don't imagine you can do anything for that. You can." And John goes, "Oh yes, I can. Yes, I can. Oh, don't worry, I can." And he was so supple, and his music is of course melodically so strong, and orchestrationally so strong, that we were appropriately daunted. I think one thing that helped us in meeting that challenge is that we were writing for an FM synthesizer. I mean, John was writing for a 110-piece orchestra at Sony Soundstage or Abbey Road Studios. We were writing for a little teeny chip that could just go, boopy-doopy-doop. And so I think that we were trying to do the big leagues in such a little league format that it freed us up to simply do our best and not be overwhelmed. It's not like our very first attempt at writing in the style of John Williams was to be handed a pile of blank manuscript paper and told that we had a date with a live orchestra in 6 months. That would have been really quite daunting. I think that we were able to ease into developing an understanding of John Williams's music and becoming more and more familiar with his techniques and various devices that he would use in his composition, and then doing the best we could to echo those traits in this very sort of primitive, limited MIDI music for X-Wing and subsequently for TIE Fighter. That was a huge challenge, and it was the beginning. And it continued for me into Dark Forces, which I handled alone as a composer and, by the way, as a sound designer. I think Pete was very busy at that time with music for Full Throttle. And Dark Forces music was also synthesizer. Now, more and more of the marketplace had higher end sound cards. The AWE32 comes to mind. There was an SC50 or something that was essentially a card, a version of the Roland MT32 that we often use for composition. So, maybe 1% of the market had that, which we wish it was more like 95, but it was 1. But more and more, this MIDI composition started to be able to be more expressive and sound better and better, which in today's terms is still pretty horrible. But in those days, it was getting better and better until finally we broke through and we could have streamed audio and hire live musicians. Foreshadowing my work on Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb in 2002, where I did hire an orchestra, and I was charged with writing in a kind of John Williams orchestral style And that was really exciting. But I had had so many years of leading up to that, writing for MIDI and a much more limited format, so as to almost kind of be in a boot camp, if you will, before the real thing.
Still in 1993, you're credited for sound editing and processing on Rebel Assault. How did the production process for this game differ from previous projects?
That's a great question. Vince Lee, the creator of Rebel Assault, was, and I assume is still today, haven't seen him in a long time, a brilliant designer, programmer, engineer. He kind of cooked up Rebel Assault with great freedom afforded him by management in his office, all on his own, really. The initial concepts of the streaming branching video, which is what that game is. Now, briefly, as I recall it, the technology of that game was very simple to explain in high-level terms, which I will do now. I'm sure that the actual, given the severe limitations of our PC technology at that time, it's absolutely brilliant that Vince was able to do this at that time. But to describe to you, the basic technology is pretty simple. Essentially, a lot like an arcade game, the different space environments that you flew through and the different environments that you went through were streaming video backgrounds. There was your vehicle was not on camera yet. It was not on screen yet. That was a different technology. So essentially, the experience was flying through these branching video lanes, if you will,
streams,
roads, streams, and you would be able to make decisions. Now, those decisions were made when you were actually flying your X-wing or TIE fighter, or on. I think there was some terrestrial parts of the game as well, and you would steer and control this, but this was being controlled not streaming video off the disk, but as an entity, an object in memory. And so you were flying this thing much akin to the way you would an X-wing or TIE fighter, and then it would branch the video backgrounds accordingly. And then, of course, the AI enemies were also generated and managed in real time. So that was the basic technology. And he also developed the ability to simultaneously stream highly compressed audio off the CD-ROM in addition to the video. So it was just brilliant. I have an anecdote about Rebel Assault that was that was uncanny. It was an amazing experience for me, and it taught me something that I've never forgotten. And there is a moniker or a saying in audio production field and sound design field and music engineering field. And that saying is, if it sounds good, it is good. So this is what I learned. All holed up in his office by himself, he put all the elements of a prototype for this game together to show management. And so he grabbed his CD player and put in a soundtrack, a Star Wars soundtrack of the actual film soundtrack. And he ran a cable from the headphone output, which, as you probably know, is an amplified signal so that it can drive the speakers of your headphones. In other words, it's an improper signal to send to the sound card input, because the sound card input is really expecting a line level signal, like you would have over the red and white RCA cables between your tape player and your receiver in a hi-fi system. It was expecting a line level signal, but he sent it a headphone level signal and recorded it. I can't remember, what was it called? Sound it was a way to record audio into your computer, onto your hard drive, and make a WAV file out of it. So he recorded it. And for the opening credits, here came the big John Williams, famous Star Wars theme. And it sounded huge and it sounded massive because it was distorting, because it was over-recorded. It was, And so we got involved finally with the project. And I said, Vince, let me handle the audio. I'll redub this. I'll do it properly. I'll go back to my studio and employ all the proper principles of audio engineering, and I'll come up with a good, clean dub of the John Williams theme. So I go back to my office, and I'm using a hardware parametric EQ, and I'm using all these other things, and I could not replicate how big and warm and fat and fantastic. Yes, it was distorted. Yes, it was incorrect. It was not correct audio, what he had done. It was breaking the rules. And I couldn't come up with anything that sounded better. I did everything correctly. I tried tricks to sort of bend the rules, like boosting the bass, boosting the low frequency. I tried everything I could. And in the end, we had to concede, well, Vince, we can't get it to sound better than what you did. And so it was a very interesting lesson that sometimes just being intuitive and just doing something and not thinking about whether it's correct or not, but thinking about, does it sound good or not? It was an interesting thing. But that game was also something else for the first time for us. And that was, hey, let's just go ahead and edit in the actual film soundtrack. Rather than us trying our hand, he can stream audio. So that means we could get better sounding synthesizers, which in that day, were still not that good. Strings didn't really start to sound anything like strings until like 2000 or so. Brass did not sound good at that time. It sounded honky and fake. And so we thought, well, what are we going to do? We're going to kill ourselves amassing expensive synthesizers, trying our hand at writing in the ambitious style of John Williams. So the legal department worked with the powers that be that owned the copyrights and things and licensed the soundtracks. And it was the first instance, and in subsequent games, for example, Jedi Knight, I believe, was also, we did not compose, we edited, I believe. We changed our mode of working from composing to a very high, very granular, intensive level of editing. And we would go into Pro Tools and make all these segments that we would have to test, and then create all of the branching of the score and test it as best we could in a linear format like Pro Tools. We still did not have tools where you could test your adaptive design. We had to wait to see how it worked in the game. But we were able to construct these complicated branching pathways, all using segments from John Williams, from the actual film soundtracks. And what we learned even more about John Williams when we did that is how gestural he really is. He is his music for those films is so gestural, especially the action music, which is mostly the music that we would be utilizing because it's an action game. If you listen to John Williams's Indiana Jones, but especially Star Wars action music, you will see that ideas flow from one to the next. One idea will be 3 or 4 seconds long. Something will come along and do a big sweep, and then we're in a completely new texture with a new idea for a while. These things are sweeping and interrupting each other, and it creates excitement, but it did something else for us that not only was a great advantage for us, but it was a great learning experience as a window into his style and how he wrote. That we were able to cut. It helped us in having smooth transitions in game. it helped us into determining certain transition points offline in Pro Tools. When we were editing all these clips, we would start a clip with a big harp gliss, and we had crossfades in the game so that, we'd be in this texture, and then Rebel Assault would branch to a new situation and more enemies would show up, and we wanted to have a flourish that was, say, of course, something like the Imperial March, a Darth Vader theme, to announce, oh my God, you're in trouble, more enemies have shown up. And we might edit in a moment where he has a big harp glissando that kicks that new track, that new clip off, so that it just sort of crossfades. It might be going da 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 in the brass, and all of a sudden you get whoosh, bum bum bum, and it just worked, and it ended up sounding like John Williams's composition, not only because it was John Williams's music, but because he's so gestural that we could get away with all these rapid, unpredictable transitions. So that was a very huge learning experience that we carried with us, not only through our subsequent John Williams film soundtrack edited titles like Jedi Knight, but also our own writing. Whenever we were called upon to write in the John Williams style, we would remember that aspect of his writing.
You talked about the fact that when you try to record a crisp recording of the Star Wars theme, that it didn't come out as impressive as the original half-assed recording of the Star Wars theme. And I had a similar experience with the Day of the Tentacle remastered version. In the original version, all of the sound effects were heavily compressed. It was 11 kilohertz. There was tons of clipping. I mean, with the tentacle suction, there was clipping like at every millisecond. And same goes with the punch sound. Same goes with every sound effect in the game. So when they released the remastered version, they got the original master tapes. So they actually released it in CD audio quality in the remastered version. And it just doesn't sound right. Without the clipping, it's not that impressive. I mean, the tentacle suction sound doesn't have that oomph that the original thing has.
Well, you're talking about the very same thing. Then that's cool. I'm interested to hear that. Something to point out is that in 91 and 92 and into 93, I think into 93, I'm pretty sure certainly Day of the Tentacle, which was 93. The sound effects were being handled on the programmer's side. They had the CD player. They had the sound effects libraries, like the Hollywood Edge and the Sound Ideas 6000 series, which had like 40 discs. And that was largely Ron Baldwin, who was a great guy and a programmer on those early titles. And so a lot of the effects, if not all of them, were being dubbed into his sound card while we were completely at the other end of the building in the sound department, working pretty much solely on the music. So it's interesting to point out that those effects. Now, you may remember in the opening scene of Day of the Tentacle, when Purple Tentacle drinks the sludge, the pollution, mm-hmm. And then he goes through a transformation where his body is changing and everything. And there's a sound effect that kind of goes like blah, 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 like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that was Peter. That was Peter on a microphone and going directly into the sound card. One of the few sound effects that the sound department, actually created for that game. So in those really early games, we weren't even doing the sound effects. But as we start to get into Dark Forces, I handled those sound effects. Full Throttle was the first game where I really got as serious as I could and started to record real motorcycles. And Ben's bike was a Harley Davidson chopper with straight pipes. A lot of those recordings were done in the field or
I know.
or
We're going to look at the photo in a moment. Okay.
Well, great.
Let me play the differences between the sound effects. Okay.
Yes.
So this is the original version. Okay. Listen to the suction sounds.
I'm thirsty.
Okay. Now listen to the remastered version. It's just not the same. I mean, it's the same sound effect, but the clipping and the compression added so much to that sound effect that it loses all of its magic when you actually hear it as it is.
That is such an interesting point. And, you know, someone such as yourself, there are many people who really love those old adventure games. And I think that one of the things that they do love about them is not only do they associate it with a time of their life where they so enjoyed playing them and things like that, but that the rawness and the kind of, I almost want to say amateur. I mean, we didn't, at that point, if you were to talk about professional audio or professional, sound, you would look to film. You would look to film or you would look to television. What we were doing just had to be considered amateur compared to that. But that amateur quality, whether it's 8-bit art or whether it's 8-bit sound, at best 8-bit sound, chances are it's not even audio, it's MIDI and not even driving a good synthesizer, driving a little puny 2-operator FM synthesis chip. You really had no choice but to sound amateur in that sense. But I think that that's endearing. I think people, I think a lot of fans would rather, if they were to replay one of those games, would rather replay with all of the blemishes and all of the rawness of that kind of naivete. It was almost an industry-wide naivete in a way, because we had no choice. The technology wouldn't permit anything more. Than they would if all of a sudden the score were realized with live instruments. And by the way, how wonderful live instruments playing the Day of the Tentacle score would be, right? It would be like a television comedy pit orchestra, very similar to the Looney Tunes pit orchestra that Carl Stalling recorded in Hollywood. That would really be a pipe dream. I would love to, get the right arrangers, and maybe we could arrange it ourselves if we had the time. Hire the players, do all the recording sessions and get everything in somehow. But of course, that was a MIDI score, and as we discussed earlier, there were adaptive capabilities with the iMUSE system and MIDI that were not could not be replicated in the audio domain. So there would be huge challenges to actually remaster the game with live recordings of a musical ensemble. It would be essentially prohibitive from a practical standpoint, because all the adaptability would have to be recreated as well. But
in my conversation with Michael Land, I told him that there's an Israeli composer named Nissim Khalifa who's taken upon himself to orchestrate the entire soundtrack of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. And I played a few pieces from that soundtrack. And so maybe I could ask him to orchestrate Day of the Tentacle.
Wow. Yeah, that would be phenomenal. That'd be great. Now, I think I've listened to some of his work, and I may have commented on on a track that he posted on Facebook or Instagram, or I think Facebook. So I may actually have gotten, he replied, if it's the same person. It wasn't even that long ago. I listened to a track that someone had arranged from Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, and I commented, and it was I said something about the trumpets, and I liked the trumpets, and then he replied, and so there was a bit of a connection made there. If it's the same person, it may have been someone else.
Well, he's the only one who orchestrated the entire soundtrack of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, so probably.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, fun.
So back to Rebel Assault. What was it like to voice such an iconic character like Darth Vader?
I really loved it, and it's something that I had been doing before even knowing about Lucasfilm Games, or before Michael had gotten a job with George Lucas's company. I mean, as you know, Star Wars came out in '77, and it wasn't long after that I, with my friends and things, I would mess around with putting a wastebasket over my head, or speaking into a pitcher, like a pitcher, or I can I'll take a shot at it now. Let's see. She must have.
Most impressive.
Yeah.
Most impressive. She must have escaped she must have hidden in the escape pod. Send a detachment down to retrieve them. There'll be no one to stop us this time.
I have a cold, so I'm not doing it very well right now.
Your voice wasn't heavily processed? That was your actual voice when you were recording it?
Very good question. And we had a conversation with Gary Rydstrom about the processing of James Earl Jones. Mm-hmm. And so we used a very similar processing on mine. But yes, the pitch. So we did pitch shift it, but we only pitch shifted it, I believe, one semitone, because I have a cold right now, so I wasn't able. I don't have my pipes right now. But I'm normally with if you really get a chesty, support from the diaphragm and from the chest, I can get very deep and have that kind of projection. But what the processing for James Earl Jones was, and what we kind of copied in our own way, was one semitone pitch down, but then putting it through a delay at 11 milliseconds with fairly high feedback. Now, what feedback does is, if I were to clap my hands through a single tap delay set to half a second with no feedback, it would just go, you would hear it twice because of the half a second delay. Mm-hmm. You start to turn up the feedback, and now it feeds that first delay tap back through the delay. You turn up the feedback even more, and it's feeding successive taps back through the original thing, and it starts going in circles. And it can get out of control, and your whole studio can effectively blow up when your feedback is too high on a sound, because it's building up on itself in a feedback. That's why they call it a feedback. It's just like
placing a microphone next to the speaker.
That's exactly right. Exactly. And so it starts to feed back on itself, and it gets bigger and louder and louder and louder. And it frankly can be quite dangerous to your equipment. But in this case, it was 11 seconds, very short delay, with the feedback turned up just enough to get this kind of metallic ringing that worked great for Ben Burtt. And so we replicated that to get kind of a metallic quality as well. But the quality of the performance is the most important thing. And I have a funny story about Darth Vader at LucasArts. Howard Rothman was the head of publicity. I apologize, I may not be getting his actual title correct, but he was one of George's principal executives that he would work closely with. He would head up things like merchandise and other aspects of of a public face and interfacing with the public and things and the press. And Howard Rothman approached me and said, "Could you be Darth Vader? Because the press is going to come for a big event at Skywalker Ranch, and they're going to fill up the Stag Theater, and we're going to get your colleague Andrew. I believe he was an artist. He was a tall guy." And he had done this before at various events for Lucas, where he would put on the Darth Vader costume and strut around and wave his arms and be Darth Vader in costume. So while he was strutting around and waving his arms, over the speaker would play a monologue that was about a minute long that I recorded and that we produced with the processing that I just described at the LucasArts sound department and deliver to Howard, and they would, use in this presentation. And this is a firsthand account coming from Howard directly back to me, so I can attest to it. He said he was backstage with George Lucas, standing together while this spectacle was going on, and George turned to him and said, "How much did we have to pay for James Earl Jones?" It was evidence that my performance
that's exactly what I was about to say. Because
what were you going to say?
If we listen to your voice acting as Darth Vader.
Your report, Commander. Excellent. I shall oversee her interrogation personally. She must have hidden the plans in the escape pod. Send a detachment down to retrieve them. See to it personally, Commander. There will be no one to stop us this time. I am not interested in your excuses, Commander. The rebels are in this sector. No matter. Set course for the Death Star. We have the Princess. She is my link to finding their secret base. We have the location of the secret rebel base. Set course for the Yavin system.
So, what can I say? First of all, it's pretty spot on. And second, Rebel Assault 1, they used a lot of footage from the movies, unlike Rebel Assault 2, in which they recorded newly filmed footage. And so, up until a few years ago, I was certain that this voice was actually James Earl Jones from the movies. And only in the last couple of years, I realized it's actually you. So you've done a great job fooling a 10-year-old and a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old into thinking that this is James Earl Jones. So well done.
Well, thank you very much. I was really fortunate that happened because, first of all, it was unbelievably fun. But second of all, from a practical standpoint, Tamlin Barra, who headed up the voice production and casting and directing for all of our titles, she was fantastic, and she developed great relationships with the leading talent agencies, and through that, over time, fantastic relationships with a whole number of actors who were union. And so as LucasArts throughout the mid-'90s and certainly late '90s worked more and more with this union talent, as you may know, there are strict rules working with the union. If you're doing a union project, you're not supposed to hire a non-union actor. It's forbidden. And there can be pretty heavy fines for that. And so Tamlin approached me because now I was starting to branch into other characters. And if they needed even a guard saying, there he goes, go get him or whatever. And they took me on for Jabba the Hutt as well. So I was also Jabba the Hutt.
I know.
On a number of titles. She said, look, Clint, in order to stay legal, we need to get you onto the union. Would you join the union? I said, sure, yeah, that sounds great. So when you're a member of the union, there are rules that are strongly in your favor in terms of compensation, in terms of all sorts of working conditions. And so, for example, at that, I don't know what it is these days, but at that time, there was a 4-hour minimum of a session, which means that you would get union scale for 4 hours, even if they pulled you in to do 3 pages of a script. It took 37 minutes. You'd get a check for 4 hours of work. And this happened not frequently, but it happened enough times, especially in those days when, pay wasn't that high in those days, salary and things like that. It was a great advantage for me to be able to participate as a member of the union too.
Now, back in November, we celebrated 7 Max Hit the Road's 30th anniversary. What do you remember about the production of that game?
That was an incredibly fun game. It had a kind of TV jazz. If you look at some of the early television shows, especially like detective dramas and things, a lot of times, Hollywood went through that phase. I want to say it was the late 70s, early 80s, where whether it was Maverick or Hawaii Five-0 and Streets of San Francisco, and these sort of, frankly, kind of, certainly by today's standards, cheesy crime dramas. We wanted to have these 2 cute little funny, goofy Steve Purcell creations, these this little goofy, irreverent rabbit and the dog detective, sort of a Sam Spade fedora dog detective. We wanted to sort of envelop that in a kind of cheesy TV jazz crime drama, but light and funny and humorous musical setting. So that became really fun. It a little bit in line with Monkey Island and Day of the Tentacle. It invited jokes and puns and inside jokes in the music and things that were deliberately goofy, deliberately cheesy, lighthearted, and poking fun at itself. Essentially self-effacing humor where the music was literally making fun of itself. Look how cheesy I can get. Just one little example of that would be in all of those games, there always had to be an occurrence of some muzak somewhere. Somebody wrote an elevator somewhere. There was some muzak. And that was, frankly, some of the funnest music to write at LucasArts. We had the most fun because, you would do something like a Beethoven melody, but put a drum set behind it with cheesy strings and organ and just try to make it as absolutely cheesy as you could. And sure enough, just last year in Return to Monkey Island, in the fish shop, right? Mm-hmm. There's a certain condition that Guybrush could do that would play muzak, and I had the good fortune to write that muzak track. So there was a long-standing tradition at LucasArts where there was almost an expectation of leveraging cliche, tongue-in-cheek, poking fun at ourselves, the music poking fun at itself, practice. It was almost expected. If you look at the zany humor of Tim Schafer or Larry Ahern or Ron Gilbert or Dave Grossman and others, Sean Clark and Jonathan Ackley, there was a real, not so much with Vince Lee, right? I mean, Vince was a more serious, like game designer who wanted to recreate the Star Wars experience in a kind of arcade and more if you will, serious fashion. That's great. And there were Jedi Knight, same thing. But then those other more cartoony games, there was this real shared aesthetic at LucasArts throughout the years among many of us that was a commitment to the cliche, a commitment to the cheesy. It was integral to the brand, that brand of humor. And so, for example, in Sam and Max Hit the Road, they go to that amusement park where it's the giant twine of string or whatever. It's akin to Mount Rushmore. It was a monument, a national monument, but it was a twine of the biggest ball of twine, right? So goofy, so silly. Okay, Mr. Composer, how are you going to score this location? How absurd, right? This location is. How absurd and whimsical and satirical the writing is and the dialogue. So it invited me at that time to, and Peter wrote some for that game as well. I'm not sure how much Michael had the opportunity to contribute to that score.
He didn't. But certainly, when I talked to him, he said that he may have contributed 1 or 2 musical cues, but other than that, it was just you and Peter.
Right. That makes sense. And again, in those early days, often Michael and Peter were also had many other duties and that were also quite intensive. And so a lot of the times things would fall to me, content would fall to me. Certainly sound effects and things in those early days. But did I do the sound effects for Sam and Max? I'll be honest, I don't recall. I might have split them with a programmer like Ron Baldwin. So I don't remember. And maybe you have the ability to check out the credits there. But
on 7 Max, you're only credited for music.
Okay. So I think the sound effects were still being handled on the programming side, like by people like Ron Baldwin.
And the sound is credited to Jonathan Ackley and Tamlin.
Okay. Tamlin being the voiceover director. So Jonathan then played that role of using the sound effects libraries and getting things in. It's pretty early, but really fun. So just a very long answer to your question, but essentially the fun thing about that score was that it was trying to be like a jazz ensemble, a TV crime drama kind of thing, but mixed with irreverent, satirical, cheesy, humorous constructs and approaches that you also find in Monkey Island and Day of the Tentacle.
Now, you talked about dark forces, but in addition to being credited on the music and the sound effects, you're also credited for instrument patches. Can you elaborate a bit on what those instrument patches are?
Yes. That project was, and the degree to which it overlapped with my sound design on Full Throttle, because Peter, now this started to become the beginning. If I'm not mistaken, Full Throttle may have been the first title where the three of us composers just said, okay, Peter, this is your score. You're going to do this score. And by the way, this is not an insignificant piece of history, really. That was the kickoff of what has become a lifelong collaboration between Peter and Tim Schafer. I dare say that Peter has scored every one of Tim Schafer's games since. We're talking 94 to 2024. We're talking 30 years where Tim simply looks to Peter, period. It's a lot like, well, but maybe in a different scale, at a different scale, Steven Spielberg defaulting to John Williams as his composer, whether it's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jaws, starting really around the time of Jaws. You could almost think of Tim Schafer and Peter McConnell. Full Throttle was their Jaws, in a way. And whether you're talking about Brutal Legend, or you're talking about Psychonauts, or you're talking about Grim Fandango, and to be continued, that is a dramatic pairing between those two, let's call them artists, that has lasted 30 years and continues. Very, very significant to me. So I was, in a word, overworked. I was doing all the sound for Dark Forces, all the music for Dark Forces, original MIDI realm, and all the sound for Full Throttle, where I was expanding our sound design program, if you will, into live recording and a more film industry approach to sound design. It was an extremely busy time. The patch creation would refer to, and I did not do this exhaustively. I don't think I did this for if you were to add up all the time I spent doing this, I don't think it was for weeks and weeks and weeks or anything. But our FM synthesis drove our own in-house patches. So when you opened up, it was also a hypercard stack, as we discussed earlier, that would talk to the hardware in real time. It was a synthesis front end editor that Michael wrote, that he created. He created a very simple user interface front end. And so you would go and control the attack, the decay, the sustain, the release, the envelope of the sound. You would pick the waveforms, as what type of waveform was the modulator, which would modulate the carrier wave, and which type of waveform was the carrier wave. And you would start to, well, I need to create the sound of a bell. Okay, let's start working with this. Let's tune this modulation here. Now we'll change. Now, you would have a sharp attack, obviously, and you would have a long decay, because that's what a bell does. And so, then, this is sounding good enough. Okay, let's call this my bell, and you save it as a patch. That's what patch design is. And I might have worked on the brass a bit. I might have worked on the strings, various orchestral instruments, because, of course, the style of music was orchestral. And as primitive as that palette was, it had to do its best to be orchestral. And so I might have, I guess I worked on some of those patches to get them as good as they could be. I inherited a lot of them too. I didn't do them all. But that score was very challenging, again, because it was another instance, number one, of trying to write or approximate the style of John Williams's film music. And two, I was alone on it. So perhaps I stand corrected. That may have been the first title that was done by a sole composer. But it was really concomitant with Full Throttle, where Peter was the sole composer. So roughly maybe a tie, where we said, okay, Clint, you do Full Throttle, and Peter, Clint, you do Dark Forces, and Peter, you do Full Throttle. And
that's interesting, because Dark Forces was released in March 1995, and Full Throttle was released in April 1995. So released around the same time. So it all depends on which of the two started production earlier. Yeah.
I think Dark Forces started a little earlier, if I remember correctly. And don't forget, Dark Forces was a very ambitious game in that it was taking a page out of Doom, right? Mm-hmm. Which was groundbreaking. A 3D environment, shooter in a 3D environment. And that was, of course, made possible by an extremely strategic hire and a wonderful guy to work for, Darren Stinnett. He came aboard LucasArts and delivered Dark Forces. And his next game, of course, was Outlaws, which was really the same game. I'm kidding, but I mean the same technology. It was a 3D world in which it was a first-person shooter. And that was an opportunity for me to do the spaghetti Western, which was so fun, and working with Darren Stinnett for a second time in a row. But yes, they were released very much the same time, and Dark Forces may have started a little bit earlier. But the simultaneity of those two development cycles was extremely difficult, I think, for all of us, but certainly for me.
Okay, moving on to still in 1995, you're credited for sound on Full Throttle. Now, I want to share a photo with you.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that was some of the most fun I've had in my career. And one of the things that was fun about it on so many levels, one was that the technology of our platforms started to permit us to cross over into an expanded realm where real audio was possible. Streamed audio was possible. We even had the ability, and Eric Wilmunder was one of the engineers who really headed up this innovation at LucasArts. The player would buy the game, and it would be on a CD-ROM now, with lots of storage compared to, if I'm not mistaken, 680 or 700 megabytes of storage, compared to, an array of like 5 or 6 floppy disks, which would have to be, installed onto your hard drive successively at install time. The CD could be spinning in your CD drive, which was a source of streaming data. And there could be a background caching off of the user's internal hard drive. And of course, streaming from either your hard drive or the CD-ROM simultaneously as 2 separate threads, or more in the case of certainly the hard drive, through memory buffers. So that all of a sudden we broke through into a realm where we could have not only real audio, but we could have simultaneous different streams of audio and have dialogue running off the disk, music running off the disk, and certain sounds running off the disk. In cases of sound ambience, which like it might be wind in a desolate location, we would premix that, if I'm not mistaken, with the music, so as to create one stream for technical reasons. Whereas nowadays, of course, you could have many streams off the disk or disks today. But back then, we really didn't have the capability for more than 2 or 3 streams. So we would premix certain elements. But so a door flew open for me, really as an artist, as a creative person, where when he kicks in the door of the bar early in the game, that sort of rundown bar in the desert, I could go to the sound effects library and find, a sound like board breaking. There are sounds in the library of I don't know how they did it. Maybe they used a forklift or something, or they just slowly broke it around a corner of a building or something and recorded it, put it in a library. And but now I could use that as just one element. I could also get a kick drum and mix that into a second track. And then I could also get my tape recorder and go out into the field and maybe kick a door myself, or maybe kick a board or break a board myself. I could think in terms of imagination. I remember a conversation with Gary Rydstrom that in Star Wars, in the space battle, Ben Burtt and others realized that the explosions of, like, when you blew up a TIE fighter, Luke is there, I got him, that whole scene on the Millennium Falcon, and you blow up a TIE fighter, they felt that the explosions weren't cutting enough in the sound. They weren't cutting through the music and cutting through all the other sound and having enough bite. And so they ended up realizing that if they broke wood, if they broke boards, and that splintered, that very percussive, violent splintering of the breaking of the wood, when they mixed that in with the explosions, it gave the explosions the cut and the bite that they were looking for. And so Full Throttle, with all of this new technical capabilities, got me thinking in the same terms. And so now I looked for opportunities to do that. So when Ben started his bike, I, of course, had recordings of the various Harleys and motorcycles that we had hired, guys with motorcycles, with the most impressive one, of course, being that the one pictured there, which is a Harley chopper, not even painted. You can see the owner of that bike, very classic 1970s style guy, wonderful guy. I remember working with him. Very nice guy, good guy. Naturally, I had recordings of him starting the bike. And so when Ben would start his bike, of course, I would use that recording. But Full Throttle was a great opportunity for me to try to realize so much of what I had learned in those sporadic discussions with Gary Rydstrom that I mixed in a lion's roar with him kicking over that bike and tried to mix it in such a way that it was subliminal. It didn't sound like, hey, what are we at the zoo all of a sudden? Right. No, it was sort of inside the sound of the bike starting. But, I didn't do this. I don't remember doing this, but you could also maybe rip a newspaper, a section of a newspaper, and mix that in as well, because it has a kind of ripping quality, and maybe even put some delay on it, these are the ways I started to think. And it was the first time really that I did think that way. And because at LucasArts, we were on the cutting edge of the games industry, it's possible, and I'm not claiming this, I don't feel comfortable claiming this, but it's possible that this approach and the realization of this sort of thinking and these sorts of techniques all throughout Full Throttle was some of the really early instances of this in the games industry. So it was incredibly fun, and the world was really expressive, and there were so many opportunities to employ this approach. And one last quick example I'll give is towards the end of the game, one of the things about sound design is that we sound designers can include things that aren't there. In other words, they're not pictured, they're not called for, there's no event on screen that calls for this to be done, and yet the sound designer envisions doing it and does it to help expand the world, make the world more expressive, more real, and also to help tell the story. And so there is, in the climax of the game, as you probably remember, I think his name was Rip, right? Played by Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker. He gets behind the wheel of a big semi-truck, and he's going to chase down Ben and kill him or something. And he gets in the cab of this truck and he goes, "Now I'm going to get you," or something to that effect. And I envisioned him throwing that truck into gear, which was not on camera. And the gears grinding, So I had a Toyota manual transmission pickup truck at the time. So I went out to my driveway and I unfortunately for my truck, I just recorded different takes of grinding the gears and put that in the game. And that's just one example of so many that sound designers do to whether it's a distant hawk screech in the desert, right? Helps tell the story, helps say, I'm in a desert now. In fact, it's a cliche, and most people do that. We cut to the desert. At some point, there's going to be a distant hawk screech, right? Mm-hmm. So these sorts of tricks are infinite and are only limited by the imagination of the sound designer. And it was in Full Throttle that I broke into that realm, and it was just so much fun, recording live and trying to increase the richness of the world.
Still in 1995, you're credited for sound effects, voice processing supervision, and ambient sound in The Dig. What details can you reveal about the making of this game?
That was an opportunity for me to continue everything I just talked about on Full Throttle. So a short answer, which is not, I know, characteristic of me, is that really it was just a more evolved approach that I had in Full Throttle, but in the different genre of sci-fi in space. So I tried to do a lot more live recording. I tried to think much more in terms of subliminal elements to create emotion. An example of that might be, and this is done in film all the time, all sound designers now do that and have for many years, even in games. So this is now, I want to say, de rigueur. Any sound designer for, a top game or film thinks this way. But at that time, I think in the games industry, it was just emerging still. And that is, say, for example, you want to make a location more scary and you have wind. So you try to get wind from a library or record it yourself that has a howling quality. But then you mix into it, for example, something like whispering, eerie whispering that you've put through a lot of reverb. And you put that inside, and you don't want the viewer or the player to be conscious of it, but unconsciously they're hearing spirits and ghosts and phantoms in what is just a Western town. It's just a Western town with wind. Okay, big deal. But the subliminal emotion that's being promoted by those sorts of techniques, I tried to increase in The Dig. There were lots of opportunities for what you might call space wind. The idea being this desolate planet, this eerie place with some sort of phantom, invisible spiritual power that's under the surface. So a lot of live recording, a lot of thinking in those creative terms. Michael and I worked largely independently. He worked extremely hard, as I'm sure you talked to him about, on that score. And it was an extremely creative act on his part. He sunk very deep into that and created, as you know, or would probably agree, created a whole world, a musical world that was immersive, that became, I think, one with the world, the planetary and space world that we were in. And I tried to do that in parallel in the sound realm.
And were there any specific science fiction movies that influenced your approach to the ambient sound and sound effects?
Interestingly, no. But quickly and by analog, when I was enlisted to create the score for Outlaws, which was supposed to be in a spaghetti Western genre, as you know, specifically an Ennio Morricone, Fistful of Dollars, The Good and the Bad and the Ugly sort of musical style. Yes, I listened to all of Morricone's soundtracks. I internalized them. I did put them aside before then setting about writing the score, and never listened to them again during the production cycle. On the dig, I did not seek out any reference material or inspiring, movies, Dune or anything else. I think I just relied on my past knowledge, just inherent knowledge of sci-fi from all the sci-fi I had seen in my life, and just sort of address the game from scratch, if you will, kind of with a blank slate.
Now, a lot of the sounds in the game can be described as otherworldly. Can you discuss the techniques and instruments you used to create these soundscapes in the game?
That's a good question. I will say that also many of the sounds are kind of mechanical, like an airlock door or a machine that he uses, or other mechanical moving features of a spaceship or a space station. Those I created with real world objects, and also assisted by sound effects libraries. As for the otherworldly aspects, I don't really remember, to be honest. I would have used synthesizers for sure. I would have used processing for sure. Things like reverb and delay and pitch shifting. As you may know, if you dramatically pitch shift just a mundane real world sound, you can get very eerie otherworldly results. An example might be when you wet your finger and rub it on a wine glass, and you get the wine glass with that high-pitched sound. If you pitch that down 2 octaves and put reverb on it, it's going to sound very strange and weird and kind of twisted and scary. So I would say the short answer is I don't remember. I'm sorry. But I would have used sounds from the library like wind and other potentially eerie or phantom-like sounds. I would have used perhaps some of my mouth sounds into a microphone that was then heavily processed. But then, of course, I would have used definitely heavy processing like reverbs and delays and pitch shifting.
It reminds me of the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze. They used the sound of a crying baby slowed down with an echo whenever the evil ghosts would appear. So that was quite an eerie soundscape that was created by that.
It is. Now,
like one question I have about the dig, I always wondered what he used to create the sound of the jetpack. So let me...
Oh, yeah, play it for me if you have it.
I do.
Because the short answer is I'm not sure if I remember.
Okay. Whenever the jetpack uses the thrust, it has a sound. Just listen to it.
Low here. Come on out, kid.
Did you hear that?
Yes. I think I know. And this would be an example of a sound designer kind of playing it kind of easy, to be honest. There is I think it's in the library, and I believe it may be in the Sound Ideas 6000 series. It also could be in the Hollywood Edge library.
Here, one last time. Let me play it again.
Yes. Yeah.
So it sounds as if it's just the echo of something, not the actual sound.
Yes. I kind of recognize that sound, and if I was asked, back then, as I was, of course, to create a jetpack, I would be tempted to go to something like a blowtorch. And sure enough, there's a sound in the Sound Ideas 6000 series, or possibly the Hollywood Edge library. I'm not sure which one. And I think the title of the track is Acetylene Torch. And there's a very definite start where the I don't know if it's propane or butane or whatever the fuel is that's coming out the blowtorch, right? Mm-hmm. And then you light it. And when you light it, that's the sound. And I think I edited that and I put some reverb, as you said. I put some reverb on it. So it was that is an instance of a very easy sound to create for me. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's how I did it. Very easy. It would just be bringing that track from the sound library into an audio editor like Pro Tools, and cutting it and just fading out the sound of it being lit, and then putting some reverb on it to give it a little extra tail. That's probably all it is.
So you may think that this sound effect is easy to produce because you're talented, but the otherworldly effect is what makes The Dig. The Dig and Loom are two of my favorite adventure games. Both of them rely heavily on the musical atmosphere. Loom with Tchaikovsky and The Dig with Michael Land's music and your soundscapes. So I know that The Dig is kind of an underdog when it comes to LucasArts because many people don't consider it the best adventure game because they feel like the game is too serious. I don't share the same opinion. I think it's a perfect game, but to each his own. So,
Yeah. I remember feeling it was very refreshing to work on a serious theme and to work in a sci-fi theme. And I if I'm not mistaken, that might be the reason that Sean Clark and, anyone else who worked with him to conceive of that as an idea to do at LucasArts did that because it was sort of an area that was a bit untouched by LucasArts. So, I mean, Star Wars doesn't count because it was really an homage to the actual films. This was an original. Oh, and of course, Steven Spielberg was one of the original conceptualizers.
So my problem with The Dig is that, whenever I talk to LucasArts legends such as yourself, I always expect them to say good things about the game, but all of the people I talk to hate the game and its production. Apart from Michael Land actually enjoyed working on the soundtrack of The Dig. But other than that, every developer, artist, whatever, hated the game and its lengthy production time and the fact that they had 4 iterations of the game and the fact that LucasArts insisted on keeping that project alive just because the Steven Spielberg name was attached to it.
Interesting. I'll be honest, I was kind of off to the side during any of that drama, if you will. Just my head down, I guess, just working on the sound and working with Sean and the team.
You did a perfect job, just so you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In 1997, you were credited for music on Outlaws. Now, you've mentioned Ennio Morricone as the main inspiration behind the musical style of the Outlaws soundtrack. But can you share any memorable challenges or interesting anecdotes from composing the music for the game?
Absolutely. One of the things that I learned listening to Ennio Morricone's scores was his eclecticism. There might be strings, and then a timpani comes in and kind of gives a sense of suspense, and then a banjo. Who would have thought a banjo? What's this banjo? So the use of folk instruments, the juxtaposition of classical orchestral instruments with folk instruments, some of those instruments being, I should say, a little less serious than others, like the banjo. I don't want to take away from the banjo. It's a great instrument, but it's really a popular, pedestrian, more down-to-earth instrument. It's not a violin. It's not a French horn. Or the jaw harp. The jaw harp is a twangy, doing, doing, doing kind of instrument. So his eclecticism was one of the things that I really was inspired by. And what that did for me as a composer is it unlocked inhibitions for me. I became very uninhibited right at the very beginning in terms of what my palette, my instrumental palette, could be at any given time. Simultaneous to that, I realized that we were now at a point in the mid to late 90s where this was going to be streamed off the CD-ROM, of course. And we went with a technology whereby the music would be streamed as CD audio, which meant that I believe it was a 2 CD pack. Track 1 was the game data. But track 2 and all the remaining tracks were all audio tracks that were just like if you were to walk into a store and buy a CD of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones or something. And that also freed me up. Stravinsky has a famous quote, which is, "The more restrictions I place upon myself, the freer I become." So I couldn't do any interactivity. There was no adaptability. I couldn't have an iMUSE score. It was maybe 15 tracks. I don't remember how many tracks there were, but it was a bunch of tracks on a CD, like a record. Basically, I was enlisted to cut a record, basically. And every track was a separate composition. And that was incredibly liberating and enabled me to just fully embrace music and music production, music conception, composition, and production. The other thing that I realized, of course, simultaneously at the outset was, oh my goodness, I have the same resolution. They're giving me the same resolution as Michael Jackson, as Madonna, as U2. I have CD quality, 16 kilohertz, 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz, stereo, high resolution audio. And I'm supposed to be creating a kind of a spaghetti Western Ennio Morricone style score when most of our history up until just recent years had been MIDI. We would be using synthesizers. I realized and was initially quite daunted and intimidated at this realization that a MIDI spaghetti Western score would fail. It would suck, basically. I realized if we've got CD Red Book audio, so there's nothing holding me back here. If I were to just hole up in my studio and do sample-based, synth-based MIDI composition, I would be blowing it. So a recording project of this level of ambition hadn't really been done at LucasArts. Even Full Throttle, which had streamed audio and did utilize some live instruments, wasn't under as much pressure as now spaghetti Western music placed on the composer. So I remember sitting in my kitchen. I got a big, huge piece of blank paper and a pencil, and I just started trying to convert these challenges and these considerations into diagrams and words and lists. And by the time I got up out of that chair, I realized, okay, I need a partner. I need a producer, someone who's going to help me record many instrumentalists. Fortunately, I was a guitarist. So Spaghetti Western, of course, loves the guitar. So I'd be able to do that. I also knew I could whistle and sing. So I knew I could do those things. But there are a lot of other instruments, too, that were going to be needed. So I'm going to have to convince management to spend the money to hire live instrumentalists. And I'm going to have to approach management to support me in securing who had a man who had become a good friend of all of ours, a fellow named Hans Roimschüssel, brilliant cellist, bass player, session bass player, composer, arranger, and producer and recording engineer. I mean, he could do it all. And he had an impeccable ear. And I presume still does. Haven't seen him for a regrettably long time. Should probably get in touch with him. I knew I needed him, and I knew I needed to parade through a whole list of live instrumentalists through the studio. And a lot of it was done low budget, like the male choirs was Peter, Michael, and myself singing. The whistling was all me. Most of the guitars were me, although for some of the tricky stuff, I did bring in a professional guitarist. We hired a string quartet. I hired 3 percussionists, one of them on a timpani. We couldn't fit the largest timpani drum through the studio recording room door, so she had to be out in the kind of concourse area of the music department, which was open to the entire floor of LucasArts. So the entire company had to put up with loud timpani playing for like 3 days. We brought, I recorded on my open piano at home. You'll hear some of the strummed open strings of the piano. And I used mallets on the piano strings. You know, much of Ennio Morricone is very abstract, kind of in line with the leading academic and concert music of that time, the 60s and 70s, which was typically atonal. It was typically very edgy and abstract. And so I made sure to include that language in the score as well. It was incredibly fun. Every track was like an improvisatory invention where there was really not ever a consideration of limitations. It was just anything goes, kind of eclectic, no holds barred approach. And on top of all of that was Darren Stinnett, the director, who had an approach to leading a project that I think is exemplary. And I think I have a lot to say about the way directors can micromanage their people versus the way that Darren leveraged the leadership and talents of his team. His lead artist had tremendous latitude. Stephen Shaw, his lead, sort of storyteller and partner in driving the story line and character development, had a lot of latitude and power, if you will. The composer and myself had lots and lots of latitude and freedom, and I was supported to do what I felt was best. And Hans, my partner in producing everything and recording everything, and he mixed everything, was like the quality control. All of this madness flowed through Hans, which his prism of organization, golden ears, golden hearing, mixing skills, engineering skills, production skills. Often he would say, "No, Clint, we shouldn't do that first. We should do this first," and had a kind of leadership role in many ways in the production. And for all of these reasons, the score turned out just having this expressive power, this storytelling depth, and this sort of quirkiness. I played the alto recorder, for example, on the theme Two Feathers. No reason why. I'm not a winds player. I can't say with a straight face that I play wind instrument. I'm a winds player, but I could play that recorder good enough to do that track. So there was a lot of seat of the pants, if you will, a lot of informality, which really made the process more fun, and therefore the inspiration much more flowing, and I think the atmosphere was creative and fun, and so the score turned out, I think, very successful from that standpoint.
So Hans was in charge of merging the various musical styles into a cohesive sound in the soundtrack itself?
No, I was responsible as a composer, an arranger. I was responsible for that. But Hans, as the engineer and kind of producer, I was a co-producer. I mean, we produced it together. But his role was more to ensure that everything got recorded properly, that the resulting complicated Pro Tools sessions with all these different instruments were organized, that our recording sessions were organized and led with expertise. But I wrote all the music, and I created all the ideas, and all the parts were as a result of my composing and arranging. But he played cello, by the way. You'll hear cello occasionally on that track, on that score. But really, he was more responsible for the production and the recording and the mixing to result in, yes, and that's where I would agree with the word cohesive, to result in a really professional sound, a cohesive, where the reverbs are all balanced really well with each other. The instruments are placed in the stereo field in a beautiful way, and that the end result has a professionalism and a polish about it that I, frankly, didn't and still don't have the skills. I mean, I can mix and I can record and I can master and I can do all those things, but not with that sophistication and that superb, exquisite taste and skill that he could. And so that was a huge part of the success. Think of me as throwing all the raw materials against the wall, and I did all the composition and arranging, but then all of them kind of funneling in to what you hear in the final product with Hans.
And were there any specific tracks in the soundtrack that presented unique challenges during composition?
I would have to say no. They were all about the same. They were all fun. They were all inspired, ideas. Hey, I want to have a male choir. I got to get Mike and Pete into the studio. Hey, come on, guys. And Hans would have beautifully set up stereo microphone pattern, and he'd be talking to us over TalkBack, and I'd print out the sheet music, and we'd sing the part. It was all very spontaneous, every track. So it was all fun, and it was all about the same level of challenge in terms of, I don't remember any track sticking out as being particularly challenging.
And looking back, what do you consider the most rewarding aspect of working on this soundtrack specifically?
Well, I would say kind of three things. Right as I was about to be, I was working on the dig. I had just been back to Cape Cod in Massachusetts and visited my parents. And I brought my tape recording equipment and recorded different things like the motorboat engine and different hydraulics on the motorboat and different things. And I was working on the dig, and it was the last time I saw my dad. Because I went back to California, and some weeks later, he had a private plane crash flying alone where he was killed. And shortly after that, the assignment came in to do Outlaws. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is everything I just told you about what a new and expansive creative opportunity it was to express myself in a way that was true to myself and unburdened with adaptability because it was CD audio tracks, and unburdened by the director in that he gave me tons of freedom. So it was really, hey, Clint, go make a record. Literally. I mean, that's essentially what it was. Clint, go make a spaghetti Western record. Have fun. And then the third thing was the reception out in the world of this score. I'm humbled. I'm humbled by it. I still get reached out to from people in countries throughout the world, congratulating me and thanking me for the Outlaws score. There's been some strong language, which my modesty won't permit me to agree with, but I've heard it said a number of times that it's the greatest score, in video games or whatever. If I had a theory about why anyone could even say that, it might be just because it's freedom. It's a score that is so free and so boundless in terms of requirements. It's like I said, Clint, go make a spaghetti Western record, have fun. And I was in an emotional time in my life, and so maybe the expressivity was up as well. So to see it confirmed and received so well in subsequent years and even decades is really humbling to me, and it is clearly, the high point of my creative output, despite the fact that I contributed 4 or 5 years to World of Warcraft with live orchestra and choir. I contributed some cues to Uncharted and did Uncharted Golden Abyss for the PSP, which were, live orchestra, and Indiana Jones, The Emperor's Tomb was live orchestra. And I've had opportunities to express myself pretty deeply, but that level of freedom on the heels of losing my dad and that level of creative quirkiness of different instruments being combined in eclectic ways with no limitations, and the great reception in the world, I think, has been really gratifying, and I would have to say is probably the best thing I did in my career.
First of all, I'm sorry to hear about your father.
Thank you.
And it seems like you used your emotional force at the time and put it all into this amazing soundtrack. And I think that the word you were looking for was cinematic, because up to that point, computer game soundtracks were computer game soundtracks. But this soundtrack, on the other hand, could be a soundtrack to an actual Western, a Hollywood Western. So that's the thing that makes it so impressive.
Well, thank you. And you jogged my memory that there were also cutscenes, cinematics, of course. And so I kept harping on the Red Book Audio CD tracks, which were the gameplay, basically a playlist. But you're right. There were also many very dramatic, well-written cinematic segments, of course, such as the very opening one, where the wife dies in his arms. And those were opportunities for me to be very cinematic.
Cutscenes aside, cutscenes have been in computer games for quite a while up to that point. So cutscenes aside, the music is what makes this game cinematic.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
In 1997, you were credited for sound design and voodoo theme by on The Curse of Monkey Island. And The Curse of Monkey Island was the first Monkey Island game in which digital music and sound effects were used instead of MIDI. The fact that you knew that all players would experience the game's soundtrack the same way, regardless of their sound card, influenced your workflow?
Oh, that's a great question. Yes, I think that two ways to say it. I think it made much more of a difference to Michael, who by that time, remember, we were starting to assign titles more to individuals. So Peter was assigned all by himself, Full Throttle, all by myself, Outlaws, all by Michael's self, Curse of Monkey Island. So unlike Monkey Island 2, we were not a threesome. It was just Michael. So for him, for sure, it was a definite difference in that he could hire musicians and bring them into the studio and create a combined sampled and live score. So the music got much, much better in terms of production values. And I think that we were simply, Julian Kwasniewski, who was my sound design partner on that game, we were simply pulling forward all of the momentum from our past recent years of sharpening our sound design program and simply saying, okay, it's time now to apply all of these concepts and this work ethic and these quality standards that we've come up with to the Monkey Island world. Caribbean, palm trees, the ocean, the surf, creaking sailing ships, and all the rest. And so it was really just a matter of saying, okay, how can we continue to improve even further? How can we continue to try to make this world even richer and more well-produced? And so there was a lot of field recording. One thing I remember that in our facility, we had what are called tie lines, which you may be familiar with in professional recording studios. There's a panel on the wall of every editing room and goes to the main recording studios and everything, so that you can plug in cables and actually connect up in real time over audio ties or Ethernet ties or video ties or other types of ties to that room. So Julian and I, we were on different floors of the building and everything, our two studios. One of the first things we did is connected our two studios over audio and always had an input on whatever session that we were working on individually to accommodate the incoming audio from the other person. So my phone might ring and Julian would say, hey, Clint, bring me up. Okay. And I'd go to my mixer and bring him up and he'd play me something he was working on or something. Or I might call him and say, hey, Julian, send me that surf that you did for that ambience in that room, blah, 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 because it's going to be perfect for the room I'm currently working on. Okay, great. And I would throw Pro Tools into record and just literally dub that directly into my Pro Tools. So the way that we collaborated was really dynamic and vital. It was very collaborative. And we really tried to make the Curse of Monkey Island world richer even than The Dig or Outlaws or prior titles. Last but not least, we did combine the sound ambiences with the music, which basically, because the computer technology wasn't there where you could have all these separate streams all you want. That presented a really interesting challenge and requirement in that Michael and his representation of his music in a kind of negotiation, if you will, and our representing the interests of our sound design of the surf and the wind or whatever it was, had to agree. We had to agree on fusing those two elements together because there was no going back. Once the person started playing the game, you couldn't mute the sound ambience unless you muted all the music as well. They were fused into one track. So we had to be really careful to get that mix right. We would not want a situation where we regretted that the sound was too loud in this room or you couldn't hear the sound at all in this other room. So that was an added challenge of that title. But other than that, it was just continuing to try to sharpen the skills that we had developed in the years prior.
In 1998, you were credited for music editing, ambient sound editing, voice processing, sound design supervision on Star Wars Droid Works. And we can definitely talk about all of that. But I'd also like to mention that you're credited for Robot Dance Mix. Let's listen. What is this magnificent piece?
Yeah, I did write that, and it's actually a great springboard to just reiterate something about our culture. It really is a point about our culture at LucasArts, and specifically the sound department. Dave Levison was, one of our sound designers, and also a fantastic guitarist and musician and music producer himself. Most of what he did at LucasArts, at least in those days, was sound design, though. But for this track, we knew that, once again, that key question: can I solve this with MIDI or with samplers or synthesizers? And that disco guitar strumming, the answer is not really. You really should grab a real guitar and lay in a real person playing a real guitar. And Dave was a perfect choice because, he was in the department, a fantastic player. So we pulled him in for that. I can't imagine Michael didn't play the bass because Michael is an accomplished bass player. And things like the trumpet were fake, and a number of other. I'm sure the drums were also sampled. Another thing so it's an example of the department pulling together, like Michael, Peter, and I being the male choir in Outlaws, or me playing the guitars in Outlaws, or whistling, or pulling in Dave Levison from sound design to lay down this guitar part. It was a very dynamic, informal environment. I think that that was one of the ways in which we achieved sort of some memorable work at LucasArts, not only in the sound department, but throughout the company, is a real sense of fun and being uninhibited and just, not being afraid to do things in a kind of off-the-cuff, casual way. Another thing to point out about that is that it is a reference, of course, to disco. Obviously, it's a caricature of disco, and that's a central element of LucasArts culture in those days as well. And we got it from people like Hal and Tim Schafer and Dave Grossman. I don't know where they got it. I think we all got it from growing up with things like Monty Python and Bugs Bunny and in my case, and the case of the sound department, for sure, the Three Stooges and things that were iconic and irreverent and zany and would leverage cliches. You'll see this on shows like Family Guy and The Simpsons. They leverage cliches. They grab a cliche and they use it as a comedic weapon, really. It's like, so, the tongue is firmly in the cheek. It's this was not disco. That was a caricature of disco. And that's the way that we thought so much at LucasArts. And I think that was one of the ways that touched the LucasArts fans so successfully. The last thing I would like to tell, that in the same context of a group of us pulling together and making that track and laughing and coming up with the final mix and laughing at the end of the day and maybe cracking a beer and laughing some more, is we had a seating area that only had 3 offices or studios in it. Michael, Peter, and myself, and then the rest of the department were in studios upstairs near the recording space. And in the seating area, there was a huge fire door that was locked against the wall with a magnetic mechanism that so that if the building became on fire, there could be a central command that sent out a message that released the magnetism, and all these fire doors would shut. So we would be in our space, and there were a lot of politics at LucasArts, despite the fact that it was a very friendly place with wonderful, friendly people. There was sort of an us-them quality between the people who were responsible for schedule and budget, the producers and management, and us, the creatives, who had to work within those frameworks. So they would tell us, no, it has to be done by the 12th of February. And we would look at each other and say, we see the state of the game. There's no way they're going to be ready by the 12th. They're putting this undue pressure on us to hit a deadline that there's no way we have to hit, given our experience of being part of game development. This thing is not going to be there until at least April. And we're getting all this sort of artificial pressure on us. So that would create kind of tension at times that would lead to politics and negotiation. So often, we would be in discussions in this area, kind of having, sort of a strategic discussion about these sorts of political issues. And of course, we needed privacy. We couldn't risk someone walking by and overhearing any of these conversations. So we would have to get up from whoever would get up from their seat and go to this magnetic door and dislodge it from the wall and close it. And say, and we would call it, close the door. Okay, we got to close the door. So finally, one day, Michael and I took a half a day off from work, and we went to the hardware store. We bought rope, a piece of wood, other parts, a tassel like the kind in the Addams Family that you pull the rope and Lurch comes, the butler comes. And we had tied that to the end of the rope so that this tassel came out of the ceiling. We ran the rope above the ceiling tiles to the back of the door, such that when you pulled the rope from a seated position at the couch, this tassel was hanging by the couch, it would dislodge the door and the door would swing closed. So we developed that because it was so frequent that we needed privacy. And we were sitting there, we'd be sitting there, and somebody would say, no, here's the thing. They said that the date, okay, pull the chain, and whoever was sitting closest would just reach up and pull this tassel, and the door would close. I tell that anecdote as a window into the culture, not only of our sound department, where I think it was very particularly strong, kind of a fun, off the cuff kind of, because we worked so hard. I think we had to balance it with fun and humor and irreverence, but on the part of the whole company culture. And now that company culture, I think, changed over time. The three of us left in 2000, and I can't speak to how the culture evolved after that. But I just thought I'd share that anecdote as a window into, we were having fun. We were working. Those were the hardest years of my life. Working extremely hard, long hours, grappling with very tough challenges, mostly technical, and creative, and doing so in a way that was fun and almost zany a lot of the time, with a lot of humor. So I share that story as a kind of window into that. There was a big open space, and they hadn't set up the cubicles yet. So, of course, what are we going to do? We're going to go get 2 street hockey nets, a bunch of hockey sticks and tennis balls, and play hockey in there. Of course. I mean, what corporation wouldn't do that, right? Right? So the fact that we were a corporation, I think, is the funniest aspect of it all, right? We were a very light-hearted, humorous and fun corporation. Worked very hard, but also played hard and had a lot of fun.
Thank you for sharing that anecdote.
Mm-hmm.
On 1998's Grim Fandango, you're credited for sound design, voice processing, and sound production supervision. Did the incorporation of the new Grime engine affect any aspects of your sound production process for the game?
No, and I had a somewhat of a peripheral role on sound. I did help develop the background ambiences with Julian Kwasniewski again, sort of riding that momentum carrying forth from Curse. But really, Larry the O and Nick Peck were very instrumental, and I think Dave Levison as well. As you know, Grim Fandango really started to go to the next level when it came to cinematic sound and music. So they were very busy at work, not only with the creating the sound effects and the sound design for the game, but also spearheading the implementation of that sound and making sure that it was all integrated properly into the game. And the voice processing, I distinctly remember, I was actually acting as sound design supervisor at that time, which was a kind of a managerial role overseeing all sound design in our department. So in the spirit of that role, I told the sound designers that you guys give me the voice processing, which was a more rote, or I don't want to say menial. It wasn't as creative. It was a more, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All the voice files that needed to have echo on them needed to have echo put on them. All the voice files that needed to sound like they were coming over a speaker or radio, that
Basically,
needed
it was
to be
tedious.
done. Fastidious, yeah, kind of busy work, right? So I offered to do that because I believe in this principle in management theory that often the manager should really, first and foremost, be looking out for their people and trying to protect their people. Or I should put it a different way: free up their people to be as creative and effective as they can be. So I took on the voice processing and did all of that. And it was intensive, as I recall, because after all, it was Grim Fandango. Any Tim Schafer game is going to have a lot of dialogue and a lot of subtlety. So, yeah.
In 1999, you were credited for original music on Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
Mm-hmm.
What were the key inspirations or musical styles you drew upon while composing the soundtrack for this game?
There is something to that. Number one, by now, as we were approaching, like you say, the late 90s, 98, 99, instrument samples were now starting to get pretty good. I'm not saying they're anything like today, completely different world, but they weren't cheesy and crappy the way they were earlier in the 90s. Your strings started to kind of come across roughly like strings, essentially. Your brass, especially your French horns, could kind of, there was a sample of actual French horn players playing. So for the first time, certainly writing in the Indiana Jones space, I was able to start to kind of dabble with a roughly realistic sounding orchestra. Roughly. Additionally, Hal Barwood wanted the cues to be kind of short and kind of get out of the way. I think he wanted to be a little more cinematic and get into the gameplay and not have wall-to-wall carpeting of music. So a lot of the cues in that score were bite-sized, if you will, an announcement.
And they were a minute long.
Yes, a minute long, 30 seconds long. And I really loved that because it gave me the opportunity to make a statement that had a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that was really wonderful, too, combined with the first point of having a much more realistic orchestra sound. And lastly, I would say about that product, and of course, the inspiration was John Williams, as it should always be when doing Indiana Jones game. It was a boot camp or a trial period and a preparation period for something I didn't know was coming, but was to come a couple of years later, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, where and by then, 2001 or so, now we had the Giga Studio, the release, yes, but the development. And when I was invited to start working on the score, we had the Giga Studio, and instrument samples really were now starting to get to be pretty good. But I decided on the Emperor's Tomb to utilize most of my creative fee because, regrettably, the company did not want to spring for an orchestra. They did not want to budget a live orchestra. So I made the decision to produce the main themes and announcement pieces and the action music in Seattle with a live orchestra with a majority of my creative fee rather than shipping Indiana Jones, the Emperor's Tomb with a MIDI score. So I don't regret it for a second. The score came out, well, of course it came out much better. It was a live orchestra. So the work on the machine, what was it?
Infernal Machine.
Infernal Machine, sorry. The work on that with better samples really was, without me knowing it at the time, a preparation for working on what would be largely a live score for real orchestra a couple years later.
Okay, moving on to Escape from Monkey Island.
Yes.
On Escape from Monkey Island, you're credited as the music composer, but you are also in charge of the sound.
I don't believe so. Not the sound design. So the story behind Escape from Monkey Island is very simple. Michael and Peter came into my office one day. Michael was the lead composer. We were going to work as a trio again, unlike Curse, where it went to only Michael. So we were going to kind of do what we had done on LeChuck's Revenge a little bit more. And I, as a co-manager of the sound department, but still junior to Michael was the director of the department, I would go to Michael and beg him to get started on the score. I'd say, Michael, it's really getting on in the schedule. You as the lead composer, don't you think you should kick us off here? Get us going, start to write some stuff, get us into and weeks and weeks and weeks would go by, and I would, make my call to him more and more urgent. And then one day I'm in my office and there's a knock on the door, and in comes Michael and Peter. And they're carrying a wooden crate filled with bananas. And they slam the crate down on the coffee table and tell me that they're leaving the company. And they're going to go found their own startup for an internet-based app that would, like us in this field, spirit of a startup, make a lot of money. And they're leaving the company, and that now I was officially lead composer on Escape from Monkey Island. Well, I wasn't very appreciative of the fact that all that time was allowed to pass, and then I was made responsible for the score. But I took it on. And I was also appointed as the chair of the new chair of the department, replacing Michael. I did some soul searching, and 4 days later, I went to Camelot and I resigned, and I left the company because I saw the writing on the wall that I would become a manager. And I said, you know what, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to hang my shingle as an independent composer and, audio production house. And I did. And so Escape from Monkey Island was then contracted to me and my company, for which I subcontracted Michael and Peter, and the three of us did the score together. The sound and sound design was all handled in-house, as was any instrumental overdubs and sweetening that we did with live instrumentalists. That was all done with Larry the O at the helm as the lead engineer, and we would record at LucasArts. So that was that score, and it unfolded very similarly in a way to Curse, except that it was a trio of composers. I was the lead composer, and it was a much more collaborative approach than it was with Michael on Curse, where he really produced that whole score himself.
Now, I know that you're not credited for sound, but the reason I said that you were was because when I talked to Mike Stanley about Escape from Monkey Island, I told him that I had a few reservations about the sounds of the monkeys in the monkey combat section. But he told me to talk to the sound people. So when I talked to Melina Annabelle, who was the sound department coordinator on Escape, she said the following. Escape from Monkey Island has the monkey combat section, if you remember. And in that section, there were 3 unique monkey sounds that were playing in a loop. And so if I want to complain to anyone about the fact that there were only 3 and that section of the game is really long, are you not the person I need to complain to?
No, that would be, I'm going to say Clint Bajakian.
Okay, because I got Mike Stanley for an interview and I complained to him about that fact, but he told me to approach the sound people.
Okay.
So I'm approaching the sound people, and now you're sending me... This is like calling customer service.
Well, if you can get Clint, then he will have so many fantastic stories.
Clint.
Okay. I have to say that being a part of that sound department at LucasArts was really incredible because Mike, Pete, and Clint had known each other for a long, long time. And instead of feeling like, sort of excluding others, they made me feel like I belonged. And I moved to California. I still didn't really know a lot of people, but I feel like they gave me roots and they made me feel welcome. And I'll never forget that because, it just made me feel comfortable. And I feel like I've taken that approach with everything that I've done since then. It's like, how do you make people feel comfortable? How do you make them feel welcome? How do you include them in decision making and whatnot? So, I love those guys. They're fantastic.
So yeah, eventually I did get Clint, but Clint told me that he wasn't in charge of the monkey sounds.
So I unfortunately can't be very helpful. First, I just want to say it's great to see Melina again, and she looks fantastic. It's as if you conducted that interview in 2000. Amazing, and such a delightful person. I also want to tell a story about her before going on to be, unfortunately, unhelpful in the question of these monkeys. But
I have to know who's in charge of the monkey sounds.
I'm going to do my best, but it's not, unfortunately, going to be very helpful. But I do want to share an anecdote about Melina.
Yeah.
We would often have offsites, and we would go offsite and bring a picnic and beer and wine, and we would go to exotic places in the Bay Area, out to Angel Island or up on Mount Tam, or bring the whole department. You could call it team building. It was literally kind of team building type of thing. And on a smaller scale, often we would take our lunches, not always going to a restaurant, which is what we normally did, but we might go get takeout and go to a park where it had these picnic tables overlooking the bay, very beautiful, and we would have our lunch and go back to work after that. It was a nice way to have a even better break from work than a restaurant would provide. So we started to, in our building the department, because over time we needed to grow and increase our staff, and we would have interviews. And we learned that it was really helpful to bring the applicant out to China Camp, this state park overlooking the bay, and have takeout and sit with them at a picnic table in this atmosphere as a way to have a different dimension of the interview process. And the other thing that we noticed, and I would not do this these days. I think I've learned a lot about corporate, protocol, and I don't think that this is quite kosher, but we did it at the time, and it struck our imaginations and our minds at the time of being useful. What we noticed is that when we were picnicking at China Camp, the bees, the yellow jackets, would come around. And they'd sort of buzz around your sandwich, and they'd buzz around the food. And this was kind of invariable. And then I think it was Michael who pioneered the idea that this phenomenon was actually one tool among many in evaluating an applicant, just seeing how the applicant reacted to having bees swarming around the food and us while we talked and ate our sandwiches. And some applicants were put off by the bees, and that didn't count against them or anything. I think it was just a window that especially Michael found useful. Well, when we interviewed Melina, sure enough, the bees came around, and she was talking to us. And a bee came and landed like on her sandwich or right in front of her or something. And she just swatted it without breaking her sentence at all. She just continued speaking absolutely normally and in a relaxed way without being fazed at all. And I remember it was so remarkable that the three of us all kind of looked at each other, knowing full well that if this was a tool as part of the interview process, she had just blown it out of the water and passed with more than flying colors. So that was a really fun moment with Melina. And she was just a fantastic part of the department, member of the department. She elevated the morale. Morale was very important, again, because everybody worked so hard. And she was just a tremendous force in keeping us all together. Now, on these monkeys, and I got to say, I don't remember. I don't remember having any involvement at all with sound effects or sound design in Escape from Monkey Island. My memory is that it was all handled in-house and that I, as an external contractor, was hired just to produce the musical score. But if there were three monkeys, it almost sounds as though Larry the O might have contacted Michael, Peter, and I and said, you guys are going to be the three monkeys. But I'm completely speculating there. I have no idea.
Now I'll have to interview Larry the O. And you know what he'll say? He'll say that it was someone else who worked on the sounds.
Yes.
I'll eventually go through the internal list of LucasArts employees in order to find that, I don't know, the janitor added the sound effects to the game. By the way, Melina Annabelle told me that picnic story, but she didn't mention the bees. She just mentioned the fact that you interviewed her while you were having a picnic. And I asked her if it was an official part of the interview process, and she said that it was. And I asked her if you guys asked her any audio-related questions, and she couldn't remember. So
Any what related?
Audio-related questions.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah.
So she couldn't remember if you guys actually asked her anything audio-related. So
I can tell you, and I won't go on and on with this as I usually do, but it was extremely important to us, personality fit and mesh. The way that the team meshed was extremely important. The sound department began with just Michael, Peter, and myself. And when we confronted the fact that we needed to grow, there was no way we couldn't grow. We needed to, in response to the increased demand on the part of the company. We were genuinely scared. We were really worried that we would start to dilute our ethos and our culture that revolved around the concept of fun and lightheartedness and informality. We were worried. We didn't want to become a corporate department. We wanted to remain kind of a antithesis to corporate. And so our interview process and our assessment of each candidate was heavily weighed on personality and fit and the way that the personalities related and the atmosphere that resulted from all being in the same space together. And I'm happy to say that that as the department grew, everyone did who came aboard have this wonderful disposition and personality and sense of humor and lightheartedness. So it did end up going really well in that regard, with Melina being a perfect example of just a wonderful person to be under pressure with and to share an adventure with.
On 2003's Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, you're credited as the music composer. Now, you've talked about the fact that she used live orchestra for the production. And in terms of budgeting, did employing a live orchestra significantly affect the overall production costs of the game? You mentioned the fact that you used you paid for the live orchestra out of your own pocket, but you paid for the entire thing. LucasArts didn't pay any part in hiring the live orchestra?
No, and I think it was a smart move, actually, on my part. I was still I wanted to further establish myself in the industry. I wanted to try to put my best foot forward, as any composer should. And sometimes, and this is especially true of up-and-coming composers, which arguably I was still, because I had been a corporate employee all through the 90s, collecting a paycheck from a company. So that now that I was independent, it was extremely important to try to broaden my exposure in the industry. And so I made the decision to use a majority of my creative fee to hire an orchestra. I could have used all my creative fee, and probably I'd have to crunch some numbers, and gotten the whole score done with a live orchestra, but I had to pick and choose. So what I realized is that the action music has repeated notes. Action music has more notes than ambient music. So these sample libraries, you could create slower moving textures and be more believable than the action cues. The action cues tended to sound like the repeated string notes, for example, started to sound very mechanical, like a typewriter. And but one long string note would sound like string players, because it was a recording of string players, right? Actually playing that long note. So I made the decision to bring only the action music and the important themes and announcements to Seattle, and hired an orchestrator, hired the engineering team, Jeff Kleiman, who was the department head after I left, after my 4-day stint as department head, mixed the score. And the score went on in the Game Audio Network Guild Awards. And it was especially meaningful to me because there was a really good score for Medal of Honor by Chris Leonards as a nominee for Music of the Year. And somehow Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb won Music of the Year, and also won Best Interactive Score and Best Live Recording that year. So the calculation, I think, was correct in terms of sacrificing a whole bunch of money, which would have otherwise gone and been income for my family, right? It was a tough decision, but I think it was the right decision. And I think it often is the right decision, not always, but often for younger composers, especially up and coming composers who want to invest in cranking up their career in the early stages.
Well, us, the fans of the game, truly appreciate the fact that you used live orchestra for the game, because it made the game much more impressive. Out of all of the action Indiana Jones games, The Emperor's Tomb is my favorite.
Oh, cool. That's good. Multi-platform, which was, I think, new for the Indiana Jones series.
In 2009 and 2010, the Monkey Island Special Editions were released. were you involved in the recording process for the remastered soundtracks of these special editions?
I was not, actually. That was all internally produced by people, and I hope I may be leaving people out because I wasn't involved with the LucasArts at all at that time. But Jesse Harlan, Will Roget are two names that I know were in the sound department at that time and leading that effort. But my understanding is that they reproduced all the cues. And I think that's fabulous. I think what a wonderful thing to do. And I should be more diligent in listening back to some of their work, because it would be interesting to hear, properly produced versions of what were composed back in the dark ages of MIDI.
I'm not gonna lie. I prefer the original. So
okay, all right.
And they were trying to recreate the iMUSE system in the special edition of Monkey Island 2. And I don't know, something's a bit off. I know the hooks by heart by this point. So, they had to recreate the iMUSE system with actual recorded music. And, there's a finite amount of options you can use for the endings and for the hooks, unlike MIDI, in which you have endless options. So they recorded several endings and they just integrated them. And so that's the thing.
That's a good point. That's astute of you. And you're obviously into that series deeply enough where you can observe that. I wonder if it's sort of like if it were experienced on its own terms, as though the originals were never even experienced, right? But for the first time, then it would that criticism. Well, a person wouldn't know actually to make that comparison, but in that comparison can be made. I can see what you're talking about there, and it's along the lines of what I was saying earlier today as well, which is that rawness and that primitive quality of the early technology of those early adventure games, perhaps in some ways comes across as endearing, rather than being offensively low res or offensively primitive in its sound quality, which perhaps it is as well on some other level. It also comes across as kind of vulnerable and endearing in some way. Very possible.
In the 2015 remastered version of Grim Fandango, your credits expanded to include roles like cutscenes mixed by, MIDI reorchestration and mixing, and guitars and melodica that weren't attributed to you in the original game. Could you elaborate on the additional tasks and contributions, if any, you made to earn these new credits in the project?
Yes, and Peter McConnell would be the best to talk to about this. Now, have you talked to Peter yet?
I have not.
So this, I guarantee you that he will color this better than I. But when it became decided to remaster Grim Fandango, Peter negotiated and found himself with a budget to record a portion of the Grim Fandango score with live orchestra. And I believe that was in Australia, that orchestra. But for those other pieces that budget did not permit to go through the live orchestra, they either needed to remain 1998 99 technology in terms of the samplers and synthesizers that Peter used, or his original MIDI files needed to be run through today's high quality samples and synthesizers. And so that's why you would call it MIDI reorchestration. It's just simply saying, Peter hired myself and my partner, Jeremy at Pyramind to take his original MIDI files from Grim Fandango, import them into a template that was by this time pretty high quality. It was also the same template that I went on to work on World of Warcraft for. Not that they weren't replaced with live orchestra on World of Warcraft, but you always want to work with the best sounding orchestral template you can. And we ran it through those samples, and you have to massage the MIDI a lot and kind of remix everything and re-edit and the MIDI and the controllers and everything to come up with, hopefully, a more contemporary, high-quality sounding version of that piece of music. So much of it was live orchestra for the remastered version, and much of it were these sort of reorchestrated with contemporary sampled instruments that Peter did some of, I did some of, and Jeremy did some of.
In 2021, you were credited for electric guitar on Psychonauts 2. What can you tell us about the production of that game?
Well, Peter, in that game, and again, Peter is the guy to talk to about this, but he, as you may well know, there is a portion of the game that is psychedelic, that is kind of a late 60s kind of Monterey Pop Festival, psychedelic Beatles, Yellow Submarine kind of thing. So for that, he thought, why don't I put together a kind of an electric band that will play in this sort of retro, spacey, Grateful Dead-y, San Francisco 1968 kind of psychedelic way. And so he brought Michael Land, myself, himself, a phenomenal organ player who brought in a Hammond and everything. And he hired Leslie Ann Jones and Skywalker Sound, and we recorded on the main stage at Skywalker Sound, also with a fantastic drummer. Put this band together, and Pete wrote all these charts for us to play. And then a bunch of it also was spacey improv. Make it as spacey and trippy and abstract as you can in a kind of improvisatory way, for which there were no charts. And we learned the songs, and we went in and we laid all these things down. And so that sort of 60s band that you hear in Psychonauts 2 is us. And Peter composed the songs. I should say wrote the songs, because you don't really use the word composed for psychedelic rock. Yeah, and it was just a really fun time. And it was incredible working with Leslie Ann Jones and her staff at Skywalker Sound, and a really great opportunity and a really fun day.
In 2022, we all returned to Monkey Island. Now,
Yes.
Given that it's been 31 years since the last Monkey Island with Ron's involvement, how did this fact change your approach to the creation of this soundtrack?
Boy, it was an amazing phone call. I was driving my car, phone rings. It's Peter McConnell. And he says, Clint, they're making another Monkey Island, and they want you, Mike, and me to be the composers. I should say Ron Gilbert is making another Monkey Island, and he wants us to get the band back together from 1991. And I couldn't believe it. What the heck? And of course, we're in the middle of COVID. And also, of course, it turned out to be Ron and Dave Grossman as a kind of comedic storytelling duo. It was absolutely amazing reunion, incredible reunion. And David Fox was on the team, and it was just a great development team, and it's so much like a reunion all the way to the last day of the project. We had weekly meetings on Zoom, which kept us all in lockstep. Michael and Peter and I divided up the score with the same sort of mindset and approach that we divided up any of our earlier scores. We immediately, like jumping on the same bike you rode as a kid or something, we just jumped right into the same mode of communication style, of collaboration style, of working together that we had always had at LucasArts. It literally was not different at all, except for the fact that there was COVID and we were all working remotely. So, Ron Gilbert was up in Seattle area. I think Dave Grossman was in the Bay Area. Michael, Peter, and I were all in the Bay Area, but I don't think for the duration of the project we worked together. I spent a lot of time in Turkey and partially in Italy, too, during the time. And I had a portable studio. And yet I had one of our Zoom meetings with the Trevi Fountain right around the corner from me in Rome. I was sitting on somebody's doorstep on my iPhone on Zoom. But it was all done remotely. But it felt we didn't sacrifice anything from the old days, from the level of collaboration and imagination and hey, wouldn't it be funny if we did this? Let's do that, or you take care of that, I'll take care of that. The collaboration was great. We did have a modest budget for some live production that we used to the best of our ability. Peter was an incredible leader. Not only lead composer on that project, but, in a way, I think we all agreed that Michael was kind of lead composer because after all, Michael had back in the very beginning on the first game, sort of pioneered this style, pirate reggae. So we look to Michael very much as a kind of a lead aesthetic guide, but Peter also, all three of us played that role, I guess, but mostly Michael. But Peter really was the lead producer, and he kept us all in line. He managed all the budget stuff. He figured out all the live production stuff. He really ran point, if you will, and led that project. It was extremely as we got towards the end. There were some real challenges in pulling everything together in time, especially as it related to the live production. Because, not to get into detail, but when you're going to include live recording as part of your process, there are all kinds of preparation that go into that. The actual work during the production itself, and then a lot of work in the post-production to pull it all in and integrate it into the sampled tracks and mix it all. So it's a huge lot of moving parts, a lot of logistics, part preparation, creating scores and parts and all of that. And we worked together very tightly throughout that period, and we did pull it all together. And what we all agreed on was the most important elements were the woodwinds, but also percussion. And if you listen to any Monkey Island soundtrack, it's pretty intuitive what instruments cry out to be live versus which instruments you can get away with being sampled. So, for example, the organ. And often the bass could get away with being sampled, and even the drums in many cases. Although Peter took the lead working with a drummer, fantastic drummer, replacing as much of the drums with live drums as possible. We replaced some bass with live bass. I replaced some guitar in my tracks, but really the main things were the the woodwinds and the percussion to really kind of try to get that score to pop and be a score from 2022 instead of 2002, right? We really realized that the fan base was going to say, hey, cool, this is going to be Monkey Island, but it's going to be today's standards of quality. Well, the budget wasn't necessarily there. So with some negotiation and with some scraping together as best as the publisher and the developer could do, there became a modest budget, and that budget was used as skillfully and strategically as possible with Pete on the lead. And, pretty happy and excited about the results. And the reunion quality, though, is probably the most notable aspect of that whole project. I really secretly hope that there's yet another one in the future. Who knows?
There kind of was another one, but hopefully another one with Ron's involvement.
Yes.
Now, before we conclude our conversation, I have a few questions from our viewers.
Mm-hmm.
RG Matt Simon asks, what are the genres influencing the Sanchez the Outlaw track? Is it mariachi music, flamenco, or something else?
Well, that is correct. It is both those. And I have a story where credit is credit due. That is the one song, the whole track I arranged, but the part that is the guitar part with the da, 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 that melody,
mm-hmm.
Mark Crowley, who worked on the programming side of Outlaws, approached me and said, "Hey, Clint, I came up with this thing on guitar. It's an idea for a track that maybe you'd be interested in for Outlaws." And he played it for me. And it was that melody. And it is kind of flamenco. It is sort of mariachi. And then I took it. I did the trumpets and I did the B sections and the stuff and all that and everything. But that song he wrote. And I hired a guitarist for that as well. I did not play the guitars on that track. They're, as you can see, they're pretty skillfully played. Better guitarist than I was. And it was a really fun track to produce. And it just illustrated again that this Outlaws score was eclectic and had brought in different styles. We even brought in a flamenco dancer and set up a wooden platform that she could dance on. And you can hear that towards the end of the track. You'll hear her dancing.
Jan Hofmeister asks, given the resources, which of your soundtracks, if any, would be a dream of yours to revisit for a modern re-recording?
Yeah, I would say, again, Day of the Tentacle. I think that is a quirky, fun little pit orchestra. It reminds me so much of a cartoon orchestra in Hollywood, maybe 15 players, maybe 18, with a conductor, zany, quirky, idiosyncratic, almost neurotic. A lot of those cues have this almost like neurotic quality that sort of pokes fun at itself and the characters in the game. And to hear that not only produced with live instruments, but by a live ensemble in almost a concert-like setting, I think would be the answer to that question.
Ramon Wilhelm asks, which track from the Outlaws soundtrack is your favorite?
I think Anna's theme. It's a sweeping melody. It's dramatic. It's emotional. It speaks to the loss of his wife. It is utilized during the time in the opening cutscene when he's holding her and she's speaking to him and slowly dying. And it is utilized when his daughter rushes to him after shooting the bad guy in the very end and hugs her father in a reunion that's the culmination of this entire search to reclaim his daughter. And that is the sweeping theme there. So the fact that it is the theme for both the loss of the mother and the recovery of the daughter, I think it's a pretty good melody too. It's sweeping, it's emotional. So I'd say Anna's theme.
Speaking of Anna from the Classic Gamers Guild podcast asks, the gaming industry has evolved significantly since your early days at LucasArts. How have these changes influenced the role and recognition of music in video games?
Yes. I think when back in the early 90s and mid 90s, and we would read reviews in the magazines of a game that we had just released. And we had worked so hard on a score that was not only, hopefully pretty cool music, but very adaptive. And it was really an achievement in that regard. There was never any mention of music. I came to the conclusion that I think the publisher made it against the rules. They prohibited their writers from mentioning music or sound. It was against magazine policy, and that they would be fired instantly if they said anything about audio or music or anything. So that was across the board, 100%. I think as the technology increased, as your viewer points out, there was greater and greater capability to relegate the music at high levels of resolution and also stream it so that live musicians could be brought in. And more, the music could be an emotional component that was recognized and was now starting to be mentioned and winning awards and being singled out often for its achievement, its level of achievement. When that started to happen, I think composers started to get some sense of a name. There started to become a sense of, oh, Michael Giacchino did that, or Inon Zur did that. And then that started to snowball until you started to get into, games and series like Uncharted and God of War and Assassin's Creed, where, these scores became emotional. They became, they rivaled the quality of film soundtracks. And the fans and the game players, they value their music more than film viewers do, if I may say so, because they're playing the game. They're inside the game. They're taking on an identity in that game, and they're participating in that world and devoting a lot of time in their life of being in that world. And so the music takes on a very personal meaning to them compared to going to the movie theater on a Tuesday night, seeing a movie and walking out, maybe humming the main theme. But that's about it. But in the games, you live with it for a while, and it starts to take on an identity that you associate with your own life experience. So people started to then become interested in who these composers were. And somebody like Jesper Kyd could get a name. And then I think, I think it really hit it with Austin Wintory and Journey, where people played the game Journey and tears are flowing down. They're so emotionally moved, and so much of it is the music. And of course, the synergy between the game and the music. And by this time now, the awards programs, we have composers winning BAFTAs, we have composers winning Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences Awards, Game Audio Network Guilds Awards. Music is now always mentioned, as is sound often, but music is almost always mentioned in printed reviews and online reviews. So that's the nature of the evolution. And I think it was initially made possible by the evolution of the technology to afford a deeper level of expression.
And one last question from me. What are your plans for 2024, and how can people stay in touch with you and your work?
Well, I'm currently working on a smaller video game that I'm really enjoying. It's called Ale Abbey. And Ale Abbey, it is about brewing beer. This is not a AAA. This is a European team. We work over Discord together. They're wonderful guys. I'm having such a good time. I'm doing it mostly all sampled with some strategic live instrument replacement planned. And the style it's a medieval abbey in which you are managing the brewing of beer, commercially making it available and giving some away, and how you manage this this enterprise is the point of the game, and the music is in a kind of medieval Renaissance live ensemble sound. So I'm really trying to create that this song could have been played in 1200 or 1500, and having a real blast doing that. I also work for which is much lower profile in terms of the video game industry, because it's actually not the video game industry. It's the healthcare industry. It's a company that uses virtual reality called Penumbra, and it's their Real Systems program that helps people with various conditions such as Parkinson's disease or stroke recovery patients, people with phantom limb pain or PTSD, their challenges, and they work with a physical therapist. And while working with that physical therapist, now aided with these applications, they can put on a headset and be in an alternate world that is very pleasant and very helpful to them, hopefully, in terms of emotional, because a lot of these recoveries are traumatic. And are difficult and are hard for the patient. And so with their physical therapist there, helping guide them through the same sort of physical therapy exercises that they would do, but with an app that have a component where you're active in a virtual reality environment as well, is work that I'm really proud of and excited about. And I've been happily working on several projects with them over 5 years. And other than that, the future is nice and misty and foggy and mysterious for me. I am getting on in years. I have developed really intense interests in other things. I have now, with my wife, an alternate life in Turkey, in the town of Urla, which is it's wine country, very close to the city of Izmir on the Aegean coast of Turkey. We spend about half the year there and half the year here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And who knows, as time goes on, how our relationship with Europe and with Turkey will continue to evolve. What to look for coming up would be those things that I mentioned. And other than that, I don't know.
And how can people stay in touch with you?
Well, I am on Facebook, which is just my name. I'm also on LinkedIn with just my name. And, always enjoy connecting with people. And, I love social media for meeting new people, and I love social media for being able to reconnect with people that you otherwise would maybe have no way to reconnect with. Other than that, all the opinions and all the other things flying around social media, I'm not as into. I do like it though for connectivity, and so I am on those two platforms. And I don't know what's next. And to be honest, I kind of like the feeling of not knowing.
Well, Clint, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you today about the music behind some of my all-time favorite games.
It has been an absolute pleasure talking with you, Daniel. I know it's been a long conversation, and I am able to go on. And I can tell you the reason, both of us, I can tell you the reason is because those stories and being involved at that phase of the evolution of the video game industry, there was something of a Wild West quality about it. And to have been involved in all of that chaos and improvisation and making things up as we went along, I think does give rise to stories and anecdotes. And I appreciate you inviting us, my colleagues, myself, and others, to share our stories and to, if you will, enter them into a kind of historical record, because those were significant years in the development of the video game industry.
And I appreciate you guys for creating the games that made my childhood great. and for being so generous with your time in order to tell us these amazing stories behind our favorite games.
Well, thank you. Thank you again. It's been great talking with you.